Today is a very big day for some people. Probably not historians, except for the historians that will record this important moment in history, wherein everyone decided not to pull for a Nefer. Well, correction. I have a poll running on this live stream right now, with a whopping 47 votes at the start of the stream. And 85% say no, they're not. It went to 84 and then went back up to 85. 85% of people are saying no, they are not pulling enough. Well, I should clear my throat before starting the stream. Hello. So, anyways, I have not watched the thing yet. I have seen, you know what's funny? I think, I'm gonna assume. So, the one thing I saw before I went to sleep last night was on my, give me a second, gotta clear my throat. My bad. Apparently, I may be a little sick. I don't know. I didn't notice before starting. So, the only thing I've seen is, like, 2 screenshots of 2 different characters that were posted on my Discord server. And one of them was, I think, Durin. Because I think they said Durin's name in it. And he was, like, sitting on a couch. It was someone being like, Durin is Pyro. And then showing a vision. Very blurry. So, I'm going to C6 Flynn. He's so hot. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully that's one of the hot men. So, yep. And then the other one I saw was a black lady. And I'm assuming that this was a recolor because I don't think Hoyoverse would release a character that looked like that. So it was a lady with a lot of like sharp pointy things. She was green. She had a lot of sharp pointy motifs, and I'm pretty sure it was a recolor. She looked nice though. Like the recolor was good, but I'm just gonna assume she's white. But I'm gonna find out shortly. Actually, wait. I think she's in the. I didn't. You know, I put the what she. Oh no, she is white. Yeah. Duh. You think I would have noticed that when I made the thumbnail? I made the thumbnail like a couple minutes before starting the stream. I forgot the. I didn't even notice because my brain was looking for black and I didn't see black. It was sorry. I don't know. I'll look closer. Whatever. Let's just watch. Let's go mute the game. But watch this quick and then we can have a out. And where is that's a mute Genshin in the background. Silence.
You wish to hear a story of the moon?
No. I mean, yes.
That tale begins long, long ago.
Mister! Nefer's starting her story already.
Nefer?
Thanks for the heads up.
That's Barco, right? Presumably. Has to be. Yoli Hoyo cat girl that isn't a cat girl.
Oh, the moon's a long way off. We might go hungry, but at least we have plenty of time.
Hi, Durin.
Huh? Hey, kid. That headpiece of yours is pretty unique. Who designed it? Could you hook me up?
Is he gonna say Albedo designed it? Oh, she does good Lucy vibes, it's true.
In that era, there was no boundary between life and death. Willpower flowed freely among countless beings. The primordial being that once ruled this planet made 3 moons rise from the earth. It was not until the funerary year
that dude
the
has
voice once again cried out in the darkness.
Has
My lady.
I didn't expect the long hair.
Again.
I'm not a long hair hater. I like long hair. Also, Columbina. Is it? Wait, is that? Yeah, that's Columbina. She looks different.
Oh,
That's different, right?
White Frost Moon.
Assume it's Llama.
I, your loyal emissary. And
Sandro.
scion
No,
of
did I say
Hyperborea,
Columbina? I meant to say Sandro. My brain
beseech you
is
to
fine.
cast
My
down
brain.
your
It's fine.
gaze
It's fine. I know.
from
Yep.
the celestial
No, I know who
dome
Columbina
above.
is. That was brain dirt. That was
May
brain
your
dirt.
gentle tears pierce the frigid night.
Anime shot.
And
Yep.
grant us, the forsaken and forgotten, your guiding light.
He's sharpening a sword.
You
Nice.
didn't come here for the
Okay,
story,
yeah, she's very not black.
did you?
That was the lady. She's definitely not black.
Finished already, huh?
Yeah, I'll never live that down. Oh well.
It's just a greater
Well.
storyteller than myself has come.
Okay.
Now, beyond the moonlight's reach, an ancient shadow brandishes its hunting claws,
That's Nicole. Okay.
taking aim at the stars.
You're right. I came here for the moon.
Barca looks younger than I expected, I guess. But pretty good. Okay.
I'm afraid you have the wrong person. Now, be gone.
Okay. Was that the same? Was that a different dude or the same dude with the long hair? Supposedly Flynn's. There, that's Columbina. Or is it Sandrone? Pretty sure it's Sandrone.
In the water, the future mirrors the past.
So,
The veil of lies is slipping.
is she gonna be allowed to open her eyes?
The moon's fall is nigh.
I don't like that kind of voice, generally speaking, in characters. It's not my kind of thing, but it's fine.
Here at last.
This
And
kind of voice I
things
like
that
more, but
even
it's Alice, I know
messier than
that.
Last time.
Well, Miss Alice,
Albedo.
shall we begin?
That's a bird. I'll pull for the bird. That hat is different looking than I would have expected, but I kind of like it, actually. I like me...
There's no rush.
Okay, good
I'd
hat
like
design.
To catch up with an old friend first. And you, young man?
Let's
Who
part
dat?
ways here. I have an old score of my own to
Also,
settle.
Alice is like the only woman wearing pants. Kind of. Not full pants. I guess Nefer counts as a pants wearer, kind of. Wanders here because of hat. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so oops, I just skip video. What did I just go to? Did
You
I go
wish
to the
to
same
hear
video? Anyways. Wanderer buffs? No. Sorry. Don't dream like that. That's a bad dream to have. Why? Because you're just gonna let yourself down. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Who would I like the most? First of all, I like Alice's design more than I thought I would have. Like, you know, they had to. I'm gonna put Genshin's audio back on. Otherwise, I'm gonna go insane not having any background audio. But, if we compare big hats, big witchy hats, that currently exist in the video game, you got Mona, and like, she becomes more hat than human, and that's a vibe, you know. And we got. Is there anyone else that has really big hat, like big witchy hat? Lisa? I'm not talking about like a witch hat, not just a hat. Where's Lisa? Or am I blind? Where are you and your hat? Oh wait, she has a skin on probably. Yeah, there we go. I mean, this is better, to be clear. Bap. So yeah, that's a big witchy hat. And, you know, Alice being the big bad witch, They had to make her have a big witchy hat, like a very big witchy hat, and that's a pretty big witchy hat. But importantly, you can see through it. It's like the best of both worlds. I think it's a clever way to do it. Is it as good as like the why am I blanking on the manga? I've been reading this for like over a year. Ichi the Witch. Is it good as the hats in Ichi the Witch?
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Like, like that hat, 10 out of 10. That's not. Where's the there's more. What? Google Images, you have failed me. There's so many good hats in Ichi the Witch, and this is not what I wanted. Okay, well, this is just Well, I can't find it. Trust me. Just trust me that Ichi the Witch has lots of good hats. So, okay, distracted, but I like that. I like her design. Is my point. I want like a. Can I go? We're going frame by frame, not frame by frame. We're going. Can I get a focus? There we go. There's a piece of paper in there that could be edited out. Yeah, like it doesn't cover anything. It just like it looks like a hat, but a weird hat for a mystical witch. I like it. I like it. Good hat design. And she seems to be slightly more clothed. Yeah, look at that. Not really. it's still a Genshin character. Let's be real. Not really, but you know, I like her design more than I thought I would have, based on their existing witchy designs, is what I would say. So Alice is a big yes for me. Columbina, I still really like her design, although clearly this design is like more also feet, which is this okay, actually, you know what, this might sound weird. My friend yesterday, or not yesterday, 2 days ago when we were playing Elden Ring Night Rain, brought up for some reason that every video game has to have a barefoot character now. And I pointed out how it was kind of funny that Genshin didn't really have any barefoot characters other than Nilou with her skin. Is there any character in the game that has bare feet other than Nilou with her skin? Is Columbina our first barefoot lady? Because kind of that's in line with what my friend was mentioning as far as a trend, which is that like every video game has to have a barefooted character for some reason now. Sino? Does Sino have bare feet? Oh, yeah, I guess I should. This is my own characters, not the Nahida. Oh, does she really? Oh, she is. Ugh. I mean, not exactly bare feet, but yeah, it's close enough. Where is Sino? Sino. Hello, Sino. Okay, Sino's the same as Nahida. So the desert people, or just Sumeru people, have a tendency to have the parts of their feet that you would want covered and not covered. Okay, you know. Saint Cho at 70 is criminal. Look, as far as skipping a Nefer goes, while I was intending to skip a Nefer before this trailer, it still hinges on the 4 stars. And I still want a Nefer for Sethos. And where I'm coming with this is that if there's anything that makes me want to min-max Xingqiu, it's if a Nefer Sethos Nahida works out. So we'll see. Otherwise, I have Candace, and I don't care. Like, unironically, Candace has aged better than Xingqiu, which has to do with how many OP like on-fielders they've released. Like how strong on-fielders have gotten means that like minor buffs is oftentimes better than good off-field damage, and the difference between Candace and Xingqiu is kind of nil. And I like a lot of aspects for how Candace works over Xingqiu. So, you know, how you play him, suppose all your characters aren't 90. I mean, I have finite resources. Anyways, no, this trailer did not make me want to pull a Nefer more. Sorry. It definitely made me want to pull a Nefer less. So we'll get through the characters that because last year for reference, when the trailer released, I I don't think Ororon was even in the trailer. Was he? I don't remember. But I know you weren't. No, you weren't. You definitely weren't, and you weren't. But like you might have been, you and you. We're all in the trailer. And I was like, hey, Mualani, I like her design. And that's cool. And then I really liked Sitlali. Sitlali was the one I really glommed onto, liking the design a lot of. And hey, she was also the best written character in the region. And Ororon is there. I probably liked Ororon too. I'd have to go back and watch it though. I don't remember for sure. So you know what? This is important. It's very important for me to give my vibes and like the characters I like because they're clearly going to be the better ones. Just saying. No, actually, I don't know. I want the characters I like to not be Mawikers. I don't want, like, I don't hate Mawika's entire kit, but I do dislike some specific aspects for how they balanced it, in the context of the game as a whole. And I also don't love everything about Silali's kit, but I like it a lot more than Mawika's kit. So, anywho's. But yeah, they need to pass the vibe check, exactly. For what it's worth, by the way, you can see I have pulled for most characters that have released this year, with the exception of you, because I'm fine with getting you as a 50-50 loss eventually, even if it takes 7 years. But I've pulled for every, like, not standard banner character, and my intention is to skip characters more heavily this next year, not because I dislike any of the particular characters in the trailer heavily, but just because this last year was an experiment in, hey, let's be more liberal with my pulling, because I'm a content creator and I can make content out of having these characters, but I haven't really gotten that much value from that, and the resources you have to put in when you, like, just the in-game resources, not like monetary resources, just the Mora and Heroes Wits and, you know, weapon material leveling and artifacts, like the resources you have to put in to be able to like use all these characters is annoying. It's really annoying, and like I would have been very happy without a number of these characters, but I still would have ended up with a bunch of them, to be clear. Like I really only think it's likely that Kanich and Chaska, and then Mawika I might not have if I didn't like operate on a content perspective. And like Mawika I might have considered getting on a rerun just for off-field utility, because like I really do like me ebot Mawika where I don't press Q. I really do like Mawika for that, because I'm a little bit of a Xiangling hater. But, you know. What did I come in here for? Didn't I come in here to look at feet for some reason? Why did I? Oh yeah, because Columbina has bare feet. Anyways, hey, we got another barefoot character. That's gonna make some people happy. It's relatively indifferent to me. I will say that like her dress looks very Skork. Well, actually, no, it looks more flowy than Skork. But like in the same vein of like, I don't know, his outfit makes that much sense, you know. So, but that's fine. It's not that big a deal. I still like her design overall. I just think like what was Columbina's original? I'm just assuming like this is gonna be somewhat what her playable design looks like, right? Right. Also, she has a moon in her outfit. Like I'm gonna assume that's what her playable design looks like. And what did she look like in her original trailer? I guess she didn't look that different. Never mind. I'm misremembering things. Maybe I got skewed by like art like this, right? Maybe that's what I have a minor nitpick with right now. Close that. Because she has like the purple, black, the fade to purple, and then the white motifs, but then her outfit is actually just blue and white. Yoldi Genshin Impact favorite colors. Meanwhile, like this looks like a solid 10 out of 10. Oh, frick me. Oops. I'm stupid. It's fine. But like here, I think that's where my memory got misled. Is people made art, right? And yeah, like in this, oops, I uploaded. No. In this art, right? They all have their coats on, which in hindsight was them being sneaky and trying to hide that they didn't want to finalize. They didn't want to finalize Columbina's design. And same thing with like Sandrone. So they made them all wear coats. But I must admit I am slightly disappointed in her design, because something with like the color balance of this, like this one especially, I think nails it. Where like you got a good balance of the black, white, and purple highlights. Meanwhile, this is like black, white, purple, and then Yoldi Genshin Impact blue and white. So, unfortunately, I wanted to more strongly like her design, but now that we've seen this, it's like, it's okay. It's okay. It's got a lot of flowy things, and flowy things are fine. It's Kokomi-ish, yeah. And that's not my favorite as far as Genshin character design goes. But oh well. Alice mentioned is great. So Columbina likely is still someone, if supposedly she might be, wink wink, hint hint, potentially a character that like is all about the lunar reactions and might be a jack of all trades, master of none, or might just be a buffer for them. Who knows? With her essential positioning as like, you know, she seems like the Archon of Node Cry. This boy
Where do we come from?
looks like Ororon, but more boring. Am I allowed to have that opinion? I know a lot of people look like they liked him in the chat. But like, he looked like Ororon, but more boring to me. I'm sorry. Where's the initial thing? Where is it? There it is. This is the same dude, right? Yeah. Or the lantern? You're not allowed to? Okay. I mean, for what it's worth, I am not usually attracted to men. Usually. That's... No. That is... I should have typed in ZZZ. Usually. And like, as far as we're talking about Hugo goes, as far as we're talking about usually, and usually, as far as we're talking about Hugo, Varka, where Varka? Hello. Where's freaking Varka? God dang it. What? I can't remember where they showed him. Was it here? Where? Why? Why is it so hard to find Varka? Did I manufacture that he was in here? I actually don't know. I saw him for a brief second. Bro, what did they show him? There he is. Okay. He gives mix of like Hugo, you know, plus Risley, right? And he looks a bit younger than I expected. Yeah, like that. This is so Hugo plus Risley vibes, or Japard. Yeah, that's true. Very Japard. It's not bad. I like it. I do like it overall. Looks like he's out of a manhwa. Yeah, pretty much. So I don't know. He looks like generic blonde male made by Hoyoverse. And it's not a bad thing. It's not like those characters look bad. It's just they look a little generic. And that's fine. You know what? I think for me, Varka's gonna have to sell me more on... He's gonna have to sell me on kit and personality, because like, for a character that's been mentioned offhandedly a lot, he has to like come off as a really strong character in game to me. And I'm fairly optimistic about that. So I don't know. There's like, he's right now on like a flipping point for me where like, if he's not characterized well, I might dislike him a lot, because I'm assuming he's going to be like a main DPS. He's Animo, by the way, which is a concern. He's animo, which is a concern. He either is just going to be straight up an animo DPS power creep, or maybe he'll be the dream animo DPS that I was dreamed of. But Lanyan is already really close to that, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. C4 Gene be best in slot. I mean, if C4 Gene is best in slot, then I don't know. I don't know how they would make C4 Gene best in slot, but Farazan is not. I mean, you could do both together. Don't get me wrong, but you know, them guys. So, anyways, Varka is like a probably like A tier character as far as design here goes, but you know, I don't feel super strongly. Lauma is like a. I know a lot of people like Lauma. She's like a B to me, and that's fine. I don't know. This is like, I feel like a lot of too many Genshin characters have the Kokomi design. I guess, is it Llama, or are we just jokingly calling her Llama? Lanyan was just a test for Varka. Maybe it would be funny seeing Varka jump around all over the place. So yeah, no, you can see Varka's vision on his back pocket somewhere. I noticed it at least. It looked like Animo. I don't. Well, okay. Oh gosh, I had to find Varka again. Hello. Oh yeah, you. I think you're Dendro, aren't you? I mean, you're green. Like, you're Dendro, right? I think there's a vision right there. Is that a vision? Right on her back? I'm just assuming she's Dendro. So, maybe she is the Quicken character. Maybe she's the Lunar Quicken character. Because Lunar, Quicken, Spread, Aggravate kind of needs some uplifting in the current context of Genshin. So as far as Kit goes, I like her design. Short hair. I like the green, the dark green. It's quite nice as far as color balance goes. I did like the recolor. Don't get me wrong, but I like her design at a baseline too. So she's a between A and S probably. Eye symbol on her eye is the Eye of Ra. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, probably a Sumeru character, presumably. She got Sumeru motifs. Probably why I like her design so much. I like those Sumeru character designs quite a lot. So yeah, Lauma is to me. This dude, I think this dude would look better to me if he didn't have long hair on the initial thing. I don't know. Alright, Durin. He's so much more pink than I expected. And I like that actually a lot. I hope he looks pink in game. We're not really seeing anything of you. Okay, we barely see anything of him. But I don't know, I do like me pink and purples. And I like that. I don't know. I like Durin. I like most of the male character designs more than the females. Okay. Which is a little bit of a rarity for me, I must admit. Flynn's is Varka's pretty good. Durin's pretty good. Who is this lady, by the way? I don't know if I like her split hair. I saw the split hair in the back. She looks like she has very Genshin and Star Rail split hair syndrome. Nicole. Is she Ether? Oh, she's from the Hexen Circle. Oh, okay. I forgot. I thought I recognized the name somewhat. I don't know. I don't dislike her design, other than she seems to have a heavy split hair. Come out of the closet. Eh. The only closet to come out of is that I'm not actually that attractive to most humans. I'm not attractive. Did I say attractive? I mean that's probably just true. I think any given person is probably not that attractive to any other given person. But I am not that attracted to most other humans personally. So I've never felt it per se, but it's rare. So I don't know, and I don't actually feel real attraction towards fictional characters. I'm sorry, but I do like different kinds of designs, and split hair isn't one of them. But I don't know. I can't see enough of this character. This character is basic. That's definitely on the line of I have no idea. So yeah, I think they'll have exploration gimmicks. That I have no idea. That I have no idea. I think it depends on how they want to do the exploration in the region. I don't think there's a reason they have to have exploration gimmicks, but it might make people like it might make a lot of like more casual players feel like they're less valuable if they don't have exploration gimmicks. So I don't know. Primogem eyes. Oh yeah, she did have Primogem eyes. Yep, those are Primogem eyes. But yeah, so the green lady is Nefer, right? So okay, who is everyone? So we have no, I know, but also just a straight no. And then we have Cat Girl, but not Cat Girl, just Cat Hat Girl. We have Durin. Of course, the Neff is there. What is her name? Jehoda? This is Jehoda. Okay. Interesting. Not my kind of design. At all. But that's fine. I'd say, like, as far as ranking designs go, she's towards the bottom. That's for sure. Durin's a solid, like, nearing on S tier, but I have to see it in game kind of thing. What if Cypher was a child? Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Cypher. What does she look like again? Cypher. What? Cypher ZZZ. What are you doing, Google? There's no Cypher in ZZZ. It's Cypher in Star Rail. Yeah, she does give Cypher vibes, but like, why does she look younger? I don't like that. Like, at least Cypher doesn't look like a child, right? Anyways, oh well. Oh yes, this dude. Flynn's. This is Flynn's, right? So, supposedly a polearm user. Supposedly. We got, like, no hints of what weapons these different characters use, other than, like, I gotta imagine Alice is a catalyst. I gotta imagine, I think that we can safely assume Vark is a Claymore user. He's probably the one we can safely assume. Nefer's a bow. Is it Nefer or Nefa? I think it's Nefa. I don't like Nefer. Something sounds wrong about saying Nefer. It sounds bad. I miss Sandrone. Yeah, that's fair. We're moving through them one by one. Durin a sword. I mean, this is based on loose information we supposedly have. This dude, but like Durin is way more up in the air. This dude is supposedly the first character coming out in 6.0. So, like, keep that in mind. And then it's supposedly this dude, I know, aka No, and Lauma that's coming out in 6.0, supposedly. So we'll see. And not necessarily all these characters are playable in 6.x, but I have to assume most of them probably are, if not all of them. Sandrone, I don't know, she looks a little different than I expected, but I didn't have that much of it. Unlike Columbina, where I had expectations, I hadn't seen, I think, as much art of her without the coat, I guess. So, I don't know, she looks a little bit more like a maid than I would have expected, but that's probably intentional. Sandrone gives 4-star vibe? You think they're going to release? I mean, that would be... I'm not going to lie. If they... No idea what... By the way, she could be Pyro. She could be... This is a very neutral design. She could just be villain. Yeah, I don't know. This character could be anything. This character could be not playable. I want her to be playable, though, because, like, gameplay gimmick of whatever the robot does, of course. Geo? Maybe, yeah. I'd be down with Geo. If she's the... Oh, but... If they release a Geo unit and it's not... If they release a Geo unit and we don't get, like, Geo... Like, lunar crystallized, I will be sad. But maybe she's physical. Oh, yeah, she does give physical vibes. It usually gives a mass to Fatui if they're unplayable. Yeah. I don't think she's going to be a support. There hasn't been a single Fatui Harbinger that's been a support. So, I find it unlikely, but it's possible. It's possible. Maybe she's a main DPS and a support. Maybe you get to play at one of them does something off field and one of them does something on field. Maybe. Because like she doesn't look like she does the combat. The robot clearly does the combat, right? So I don't know. I can believe in that. Geophysical DPS that also buffs crystallize, clearly. Definitely. I don't know. By the way, I don't strongly feel anything about her design. So like she's 100% in. I am only interested in her if her kit is interesting to me, right? Lauma is, I mean, the kit indication we have is that I don't know if I will like the kit. We have the hint we have is that it's Lunar Bloom, which means we don't really know anything other than it depends on what exactly the balance of the reaction is and what they actually changed about it. So, and we also don't know how much personal damage she does. We don't know what her Dendro application is like. We only know that she is Dendro. And she got blue motifs, and that is in line with being around Hydro, aka Bloom. So, imagine if Bloom can crit. That doesn't mean anything out of baseline. It doesn't matter if it just can crit at a baseline. It matters how the actual scaling works. Lunar Charge is worse than Electro Charge, even though it can crit. Because it actually has different scalings, and it's just actually not that... It's not that good. It's at best a side grade. Anywho's. Nefer, who is hidden here, because Varkard's sharpening his... This looks like a little bit of a guitar. I don't understand what's happening. Like, this is Wolf's Gravestone, no? Like, that's a very, very textured looking of Wolf's Gravestone. No? Is that supposed to be Wolf's Gravestone there? It has to be. Like, he's sharpening Wolf's Gravestone. Like, the implication there is that these little, like, lines on Wolf's Gravestone here, right? Those lines are not just, like, patterns in the metal, but instead is actual indentations in the metal. This sword needs to be thrown in the garbage. Like, it looks like a guitar. I don't know, but I don't know anything about swords, let's be real. Blood grooves, maybe, yeah. I'm just saying, it doesn't match how it looks in-game, okay? It looks different in-game. But also, if they make Wolf's Gravestone bad on him, let's boycott Genshin Impact. Let's boycott Genshin Impact by playing the game still, like everyone did last year. Can we laugh about that now? How all of us, not all of us, I didn't partake because I thought it was stupid. But how so many people were like, boycott Genshin, and then just people still played Genshin. Like, 10 out of 10. Good job, Genshin player base. Good job. So, there's a boycott every year. Has there been one this year yet? I mean, there's the voice actor drama. That was the yearly... There's yearly Genshin drama, always. But I think this year's was the voice actor drama. Which I imagine Hoyover's gotta appreciate. They're just like, yes, the players are on our side for once. I know the VA drama is done, and the settlement of it was that people sided with Hoyovers for once. Anyways, Nefer, I like her design. Other than yet another woman character in the game that I'd be like 10 out of 10 with pants. So that's all I can say about her. But I like it. I like the dark greens. I like her pointy bits. But 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 with pants. We barely saw enough of you, honestly. So I don't know. I don't dislike, but I don't strongly glom onto. Lauma Part 2, but more boob focus edition, and thigh window. Like, yep. I don't know. This is this is the most skin showing character we've seen so far, and that's fine. A lot of people like that. Not my preference. That's also fine. Albedo, the first 6-star. True. That's clearly what they're hinting at with Albedo. Albedo, I mean, look. Albedo and Wanderer are the two characters that I would argue Honestly, Albedo kind of is aged kind of okay. Not gonna lie. Especially if they do a Lunar Crystallize. Albedo is going to become a better character than Chiori. I'm sorry. If they make Lunar Crystallize, Albedo will be better than Chiori. Because buffs are better. Like, sub DPSs are... previous year sub DPSs are being made kind of bad relative to how good the main DPSs are. That's why things like Tenacity Frina, part of why things like Tenacity Frina are just better now. And like Albedo buffs EM, and if it crystallizes actually start doing real damage, like, and the EM and like crystallizes can crit, and you want like 200 EM, yeah, Kachina even, like, unironically, Albedo has the potential to age better just by them doing a Lunar Crystallize unit. But also, you know what? Let me throw out something for you, Hoyo. Make Albedo the Lunar Crystallize unit. Just buff him. You're introducing him as important to the Nodecry story in some form or whatever. Or maybe not. I don't know. Just buff him? Like, be like, here's Albedo, part of the story. Alice is like, you've been a good boy. And then Alice imparts magic witch powers onto him, and bam, he can do Lunar Crystallize, and he makes Crystallizes crit, suddenly a 200 EM buff for the team, or is it only on field? I think it might only be the on fielder. Either way, a 200 EM buff for the team, bam. Yeah, like, Albedo is so close to actually being potentially really pretty good. Not, like, amazing, don't get me wrong, I don't know, we don't know exactly what it'd be, it depends how they balance things in game. If they don't want Albedo to be good, they won't make him be good. But they could also just directly buff his kit too, and that's the point. Anyways, Albedo and Wander are arguably characters that are in need of buffs the most in the current context. Although I would say the award for character that needs buffs the most is probably Raiden. I think Raiden is the biggest flavor fail in this game right now. Let's be real. Like in the current context of Genshin and what is possible in Genshin's combat. Raiden, I don't disagree with Venti. Yeah, there's a lot of characters. Let's be real. I don't want to get too lost in this conversation. But like, Raiden split an island in half in lore, and in practice, she won't split a hilly trail in half. Like, she just fails to do that a lot. It's not impossible to do that, but she struggles to. like. So, you know, you understand where I'm coming from. I don't think Raiden's going to get buffed this patch, but, you know, I would like to, or this year. I'm just saying I would like to see them. They've done it in Zenless already. They've done it in Star Rail. Moika needs a buff too. Don't know if I agree with that one. They can do it. I believe in you. And you can even do it in a cutesy lore way. Where, they jump on a rocket ship and go to the moon and they get lunar powers. So, anyways. Alice design, great. Columbina design, like, depending on what it looks like in-game, either B or A. I miss anyone? Flynn's is like a B to me. I don't know. Like, I don't think Ororon's design is 10 out of 10. Mostly because, like, I think it's a little weird. Like, I think they were going for a Gap Moe, whatever. Moe is probably not the word. They're going for a Gap vibe, not like the clothing brand, but like, he looks edgy, but then he's just a sweetheart, I guess, right? Like, that's what they're going for. It is Gap Moe. Okay, the Gap Moe is fine. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured it's fine to describe like that. But Moe implies like cute, and I don't think cute is the vibe they're going for. That's why I was like, but anyways, the Gap worked for me. Yeah, it worked for me too. Like, it's a little weird, but like, you know, oh, the tattoos are just from like the tribal things and whatever. So the gap between what his design is and what his personality is does work for me. It's not like 10 out of 10, but it's a solid 9 out of 10. I don't know. I like Ororon quite a lot. I also like that, you know, when he pulls his hood down, you can see his other ear. I find that Gap emo, yeah. He's weird as well in a good way, yeah. So, like, he just doesn't understand how to dress relative to his personality, and that's fine. See, Lolly dressed him. No, Yai dressed him. That's what happened. I feel like Yai dressed him. Like, guys, I have the perfect outfit for you. And then Lily's like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, whatever. He can wear what he wants. Anyways, he's just too cool. I don't look. I am not. Don't ask me how he should dress. Go ask fashion YouTubers how he should dress. I'm not the one to ask. Let's be real. I'm just going on vibes alone. I'm just saying, Flynn's looks like a more emo Ororon, and he probably isn't as much of a sweetheart. That's my vibe. He looks like more generic edgy, and that's fine if that's your thing and all that. He's presumably Electro, which makes me assume he is indeed polearm. Thank goodness I have 2 guarantees in a row on polearms only. My goodness, I would be in a struggle bus. I'm gonna, assuming he is polearm, I'm gonna have to decide on what it makes sense to go for as far as weapons, though. I wanted to get a Vanessa's weapon on polearms only, but I think I might have to give up on that. Anywho's, Flynn's gets the Black Parade. Yeah, the Black Parade vibe. It's a good way to put it. So yeah. Anyways, what do her eyes look like? I wonder what her eyes look like. Is it gonna be like the rainbow eyes from 100 Kanojo? This is a joke. I don't think it's actually the case. Rainbow eyes, 100. Yeah. It's probably not gonna be like that, but it would be funny. Moon eyes, yeah. She'll open her eyes and her all. Yeah, she probably will. Yeah, I agree with you, Cat. She'll open her eyes and then they'll like be an impact frame that expands from them. Maybe she just shoots laser beams from her eyes. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I don't know. Enough. Wait, maybe she's just Nuvillette, but laser beams from her eyes instead of laser beams from his palm. She's just Nuvillette too. Do we just want her to be Nuvillette Power Creep? Yeah. That's the current state of Genshin. No, it's really not. Please don't. Please don't. Please do more nuanced skits than that.
Where do we come from?
Yeah, 2 beams instead of 1.
Where are we going?
Imagine if you could aim the eye beams. Like, you can make her go cross-eyed. This is Genshin Kit meme theory crafting. Or meme theorizing, not theory crafting. Theory crafting is when you actually think about kits in the game. How'd you Nuvita? Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, I don't know. I think I rank. I didn't like make a tier list, but there you go. I had my yap on everyone. I don't know. Any other vibes in chat? What's the poll at, by the way? Are you polling Nefer? Oh, it's gone up. It's gone up. 81. I'll let it go the whole stream. Why not? For the lulz. 81% of people are saying they will pull a Nefer. I mean, technically, I am pulling a Nefer. I didn't vote in the poll. I am technically pulling a Nefer on my polearm only account. That's a little different of a context. If I pull a Nefer on my main account, it'll either be 1 because what's my pity at? It'll either be 1 because Sethos Nefer looks fun enough to me that I think it's worth going for, or Lanian is on the banner. If Lanian's on the banner, then it's just I'm going for Lanian. It doesn't matter. I have 45 pity, so you know. Yes, I remember I did more polls for Dahlia because I was like, maybe there's a dream for C6 Dahlia, and no, there wasn't. So rank them. I will rank them if someone else made a tier list on Tier Maker. Tier list for Genshin Node Cry characters. Well, someone did indeed. Here, let's reposition it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Can I shrinky dinky like this? That works, I guess. Okay. Okie dokie. I might have to change some of the tiers. For example. Bap. No.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Wait, that's Sandrone. Sandrone is like a middle ground. Sandrone's like a B for now for me. Depends on what it looks like in game. You're either a lot of these depend on what it looks like in game. Durin is like I liked what we saw, but we didn't see a lot, right? So like A or S. You're I think actually S, and I didn't expect that. You're A, and I didn't expect that either. I thought you would have been S. You're B. You're C to me. You're S. You're B. You are he's too generic Hoyo blonde boy. He's a little too generic for me. I'm sorry. I don't know. But the color balance is really nice. If I put him in S, like Durin has to be an S. Right. Like, because I personally like Durin's design a lot more than Varka's. So I can do that. We might have to add an SS. And Nefer, we have seen in game. I don't know. She's just like middle ground for me. I don't dislike. But yeah, the B is I neither like nor dislike, and could be changed significantly after I see things in game, especially animations, because, you know, whatever. Lauma is I just don't like the design of it, and then yeah.
It's always there.
So considering voice in this ranking, I mean, if I considered voice in this ranking, it's possible Columbina could go down, and it's possible others could go up for sure. I wasn't crazily factoring that in, but there was maybe some bias of that in my brain. Let's add another tier though. S plus. And B, make it pink. What happened? Oh, I just renamed. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I am not experienced enough with tier listing, clearly. S. And what color was this before? It was like orange? No, it was orange. It was red. There you go. There you go. I'd probably do that. Bam. That's my ranking. For mostly just on design, not on much else. You know, voices, animations, character kit design, all those things can change substantially. If there is Lunar Bloom, how would it interact with Nilou Bloom? I presume it would make it stronger, but it depends on how they scale it. If we look at how they scaled, what's her bucket? Nefer's kit. The answer is it might not actually do that much more bloom damage, quite frankly. What Nilou might gain from Lunar Bloom, if we assume, again, we don't know. If we assume that things are balanced like we know Nefer is balanced though, then the likely end result is that she might be good for Nilou, but it might just be because you have the ability to make Nilou spec into crit-based damage, as well as still get good bloom damage at the same time. So like it might be an increase, but not that much of an increase. That's my thought. How will it interact with Nahida C2? I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. I would hope that it stacks. I would sure hope that it stacks in some form, but I have no idea. Back to the crafting table. AoE come back to the abyss. Yeah, I mean, again, like I think it's very possible Lunar Bloom might help with Nilou's single target situation, but there's no way to answer that question right now until we see the actual kits. Did I say go back to the crafting table? I meant to go back to here. Imagine if it crits twice, yeah. So, anyways, using Nefer with Nubula, would you use Kozwa or Shalonen? I would recommend most people use Shalonen. I think Kozwa is more fun. On a damage buffing level, they're basically the same. So, you know, Kaveh Renaissance. Oh frick, I didn't even think about that. If anything gets me to pull an Nefer, if anything gets me to pull Llama, it is Kaveh, potentially. Wait, I did think about that yesterday, I think. I just didn't think about it deeply. Yeah, I don't know. I could see myself pulling... If Llama... Okay, the problem is, right, if Llama is balanced like... what's their bucket? Is like a Nefer is, it's probably not, it won't necessarily uplift Kaveh, like for Kaveh's damage contribution. It's just that like it'll be Llama doing a bunch of on-field damage, and that makes the Kaveh team a lot better. Like it'll probably be better, but better because you're adding a really strong off-field damage dealer that requires bloom happening as a restriction. Like that's how a Nefer is balanced. A Nefer is balanced if you have Hydra with her, you have Electro Charge, aka Lunar Charge happening, and she basically does a bunch of personal damage. Llama might be the same thing, but with bloom. We don't know. We don't know how it's balanced. My hope is it's going to be different, so that yeah, I want them to release characters that make me think of meaningful reasons to like use old characters. If Kaveh has like a team that's not, I'm going to temper my expectations. I'm not expecting Kaveh to become a 100k DPS character, but if Kaveh can become, you know, especially with the new Claymore, if Kaveh can become a 70, 80k DPS character, not like his own DPS, like the whole team's DPS, and it's more on the strengths of how they balance the reaction and Kaveh's ability to like generate blooms and whatever and increase the damage from them. Although if you're doing double Dendra, the Hydra is probably going to be generating the blooms, not the... But we'll see. Anyways, we shall see. Flexing his Stygian Onslaught clear with every single... I mean, all you need to do, if you feel like it's me flexing, like it's not even on purpose flexing, I just equip them because I have them. Like it's I was surprised that I was able to clear dire difficulty, to be clear. It's not like it was easy. It definitely was not easy. If you were to ask me to go do a Stygian Onslaught full dire clear, like of all 3 bosses again, it would not be something I could just do at my first try. But like I did feel like I earned it, but at the same time, I don't think I would have been able to do it if I didn't have some specific constellations I have, for sure, right? Particularly for the Tulpa. The Tulpa would not have been doable without... The Tulpa took more constellations. I have not meaningfully tried to optimize it down. Like the Dragon Toilet, I definitely could have handled without having constellations and just playing well on with a couple of different characters I have. But the Tulpa is like really difficult, and I don't think I would have been able to do. I don't even know if I could have done it without C2 Shalonen, which was like the most minor effect of any constellation thing I had on the team. So, anyways, I probably could have, I guess. I don't know. I haven't meaningfully messed with it because it wasn't. I don't find the Tulpa and the Stygian particularly fun to fight. So, anyways, let's go spend our resin. So yeah, I don't know. Which characters am I gonna pull for based on just design alone? The top 4. Top 5. That's my inclination, by the way. And also my polling plan. My current polling. Oh my god, my computer. My polling plans include a Sumeru Chronicle banner rerun. I would really like if I could get me a C6 Dia this year. I have C3 currently. The selector gives me C4. I need to pull 2 copies of Dia. Like it's so within the realm of achievability, but I also don't want to spend money for it. I don't want to do any freaking top-ups for C6 Dia. I want to earn my C6 Dia. So if anything makes me do desert exploration, it might be Dia. Like that would be thematic. No, that would be thematic. Doing the desert finally for realsies, like past the 30% exploration, and maybe doing more of Sumeru here in general, and then getting Dia from a Sumeru Chronicle banner. So anyways, that's my intent, is I want to get Z6 Lanyan. Like, Stygian Onslaught has made me want to hyper invest more into the characters I really like, to be able to use them more to their highest extent. Like, I don't know. I might make a video, by the way, that's like, I pulled every Natlan character, and the end conclusion of it, funnily enough, this is just an effect of like the freaking power creeping and like of the last year. My overall vibe, honestly, is like, I think it's more likely you will enjoy the combat of Genshin more at this point if you just become comfortable with the idea that you're not going to be able to clear some Abyss cycles, you're not going to be able to clear some Stygian Onslaughts, but then the ones that happen to line up with the characters you already like a lot. So I'm going to draw a line and that'd be like my personal recommendation. And I'm going to be like, go see other people's perspectives. Don't just decide based on what I say. My personal recommendation is to vertically invest. If you like Raiden, then the current state of the game is you should get Raiden C2. If you care about the combat. Or you could just say you don't give a shit about the combat, and that's fine too. Right? Like I might draw a line of like, I think the game has gotten to a point that you should just vertically invest into your teams, into getting some of the relevant, not like, don't go crazy, don't be like, oh, I need C6 Nilou, I need C6 Nahida, I need C6 Yelan for my Nilou team. Like, no, don't do that. But like, getting some of the specific constellations that are obviously very strong, some of the 5-star weapons that are obviously very strong, like getting Key of Kaja suit, maybe getting C2 Nilou, C2 Nahida kind of thing, or whatever. Or if you want to play like forward vape Nilou, something like forward vape Nilou with Key of Kaja suit, with Moika, with Lolly C1, with Shalonen Z2. Like, that's a lot of 5-star investment, don't get me wrong. It's a lot of 5-star investment. But like, that team that I have with Lolly C1, Moika, Shalonen, Nilou is a really fun team for crit Nilou. I haven't made a video on it because it's way too high investment. It's literally like 8 or 9 5-stars of investment that I have. It's like stupid. But at this point, if you really love Nilou, I think that's the kind of thing you should consider doing, right? Because if you really like Nilou and you want to plan around it, you can kind of do that. And then you just have to be okay with the fact that, yeah, you're not going to clear dire difficulty with that. It's not that good. But like, I don't know. That's my vibe, honestly, at this point in the game, is like, I don't think the power creep trend is going to go anywhere based on what we've seen this last year. And the only thing that you can do to stave off that feeling that, oh, you just can't use the characters you like, that you used to like, you can't use Raiden in Abyss anymore when you used to be able to, well, it means you're going to have to plan around vertically investing to her. If you don't want to do that, then you should probably just stop caring about the combat in general, or give up on being able to use Raiden, unfortunately. Like, for example, Hybrid Raiden is just not that good anymore. It's fine. It's still good. Like, I can still clear Abyss with Hybrid Raiden, but it's not simple anymore. It's not as easy as it was. I'll keep investing into Lisa. Exactly. And yes, min-maxing your builds is also a form of vertical investment, to be clear. When I say, like vertical investment, it's not just constellations, it's also trying to min-max the hell out of your build. That is the thing, too. You're on the wrong build right now, by the way, but about there we go. Perfect. Things could change, by the way, of course, if they, I mentioned before, like, if they end up buffing characters, which would be great. Things are different. Did I do a Sunfire Skirt clear in Abyss, by the way? Yeah, in the new Abyss? I don't think I did. I should... Yeah, if this was like, the ER is irrelevant. If this was high roll and then rolled attack percent, it'd be like sick. That could be a really great piece, potentially an upgrade for my Skirk. The fact that that's starting with double min roll means there's a chance. There is a chance. There is a chance, but like we're comparing to this piece, which is a 3-line with high rolls, right? Like, starting from a 3-line with double mineral is kind of oof. The only thing I truly hate about Genshin's artifact system, no, it's trash. Actually, okay, I'm gonna lock it, but it's an off piece. This because this is a 0 dead stat off piece for like HP scalers like Yelan or whatever, but I'm pretty sure I have better off piece than this already. So, anyways, point being, that is not an upgrade from Resker. It is not possible. And that's fine. Like, min-maxing your builds to this extent is, like, I don't know. It's awful. It's like kind of awful trying to min-max your builds to the extent that I am trying to do on Skirk and some other characters. But like at the same time, I kind of enjoy it. It's the true masochism of Genshin, enjoying artifact farming. Oh no, not enjoying the farming per se, but feeling the like very slow long-term progression of a build slowly getting better is enjoyable, right? But at this point, like, for getting Skirk pieces, I need 4-line pieces. I kind of just need 4-line pieces, otherwise they're almost assuredly not an upgrade. Like, I could get a 3-line timepiece that is an upgrade, technically. I didn't gene burst, but who cares? So yeah. What I think about Durin being 5-star Bennett, I mean, we don't have any real information. I don't trust. Look, the information that's supposedly for the character's next patch, I think is somewhat reliable. The information for characters after the next patch, like after 6.0, that's not even worth thinking about, quite frankly. If they power creep Bennett, I don't know, that's just proof of how cooked the game's balance is. That's all I'll say. I don't think they're gonna do that though. I don't think they're gonna do that. I think that's some dumbass leaker trying to get attention. If you want proof of this, like what proof do you have to have faith in Mihoyo not power creeping Bennett? If they wanted to power creep Bennett, why wasn't Aeon Sun better than Bennett? She's not better than Bennett. She's situationally in some specific situations, Aeon Sun with C6 is better than Bennett. But on a generic level, like for the number of teams where like if you do slot in replacements of Aeon Sun versus Bennett, Aeon Sun is not better than Bennett. Aeon Sun is a very good attack buffer and a very compelling alternative to Bennett in a lot of situations, like including situations where you can't keep her maximum buff up a lot. Like, people seem to not understand that Aeon Sun, even if you're not keeping her buff up max fully, is still a very good buffer. But yeah, they can't power creep the real Pyro icon, exactly. But like, if they wanted to power creep Bennett, they could have done that. And they would have made money. Like, if they made it so like Aeon Sun was just always better than Bennett at C6. Actually, I don't know if they could have without her being Pyro, to be honest. But, you know, I don't know. Make her attack buff, her maximum attack buff higher, and make it easier to keep up. And then having scroll set, like, make her attack buff be 1000 at C6 instead of 810 at max. And make it easier to get to that 1000 buff and keep it maximized. And then keep all her constellations the same. Except make her also be like a Bennett tier healer. And then bam, you have a character that's basically just always better than Bennett, other than like some specific minor circumstances. But they didn't do that. They could have done like Aeon Sun was not very far away. They could have made very minor differences to Aeon Sun's kit and made her just better than Bennett. They didn't though. And that's a good thing. So, I don't know. You might be like, but Durin's a 5-star. Okay. So, I don't think there's a particular correlation to being a 5-star and likelihood of being better than Bennett. But, you know. Wish Dia was a better Bennett. I mean, I like Dia's kit for what it is. So, I can't really agree. Like, quite frankly, it's not going to happen. But if they were to buff Dia, I would be in the category of people that is likely going to not use Dia's new kit. Because I can almost assure you, whatever new kit they make, unless it's literally just multiplier increases, would probably be a kit I wouldn't like. I almost assure you. Like, if they rework Dia, they'd probably just make a worse Dia to me. So, yeah. Anyways. Lag. I don't understand that lag. I don't know. I am heavily leaning towards once I move, I'm just going to get a new computer. There's a number of benefits and things I could do with a new computer. And it would allow me to... do some better things for streaming. I could do like different streams. I could do split streaming with different formatted streams, like not sending the same footage. I gotta have a computer that sends different footage to the YouTube ingest server versus the Twitch ingest server, so that the Twitch experience versus YouTube experience can be crafted towards either of them a little bit more fine-tunedly. Anyways, like I'm rationalizing benefits of getting a new computer on top of like I'm having weird software problems that's spooking me. New computers, 5-star Bennett, yeah. Real question is like, how much money do I spend on a new computer? Do I stream and play from the same PC? Yes, I do right now. If I got a new computer, I would definitely mess around with. So I believe the way that most people, like on a more professional level, you do simultaneous streams is you'll like send the you will like use OBS on one computer, but stream that to like your own internal. Like you'd create your own internal thing to receive a stream from OBS from, like you do a custom stream output to your own internal server. So like I would stream locally from this computer to a secondary computer, and then that secondary computer then sends the streams out to like whatever sources, to whatever endpoints like Twitch or YouTube. But anywho's, at least $3, yeah. So I mean the real question is like I need a new. The real problem is like I need a new GPU if I want to have my old computer, like this computer I'm currently playing on, still be functional for whatever, right? And like I don't need a new GPU from a performance level, so it'd be like, what freaking GPUs are even available? Like I don't even know. I mean, oops, this is Micro Center, a computer store that's local to in Minnesota. They're in the United States in general, but okay, they have 5090s available. Hey guys, I should buy this. What the can I click on it? I can't even click on it. What the no is what I will tell you. Just no. But what the frick? Look for bundles? Yeah, I guess so. I'd be tempted to try a Radeon card, I'm not gonna lie. What do the 9000s cost? They're in stock and they're only 1,000, or they're only 700. I say only 700, but like for streaming professional use, this is the price line of graphics card I'm probably looking at a minimum. So this would be tempting because they're in stock too. Is the stock problems seem to mostly resolve, it seems like, at my Micro Center. The pricing problems have not. What the frick? Why is this $3,300? There's 25 of these 5090s in stock. There's like, this is just one store, guys. This one store has like 50 5090s. These things used to be like you couldn't buy them before, and that's why they were $3,000. Why are they $3,000 when you can actually buy them? That doesn't make sense to me. Tariff difference, maybe. I don't know. I can't say I am particularly tempted by the 5090 at $2,500. At $2,000, I'd be minorly tempted, mostly on a level of like, if it's $2,000 and I don't have to buy another GPU for 5 years, maybe worth the price. The problem is like the drop down from like the 5090 performance to like the 5070 Ti, despite it being, you know, half the price, or is like you have an enormous drop down. And I don't know, I really hate how Nvidia has priced out their things, or like priced out their things relative to the performance you get. And I think I have a 4070 currently, by the way, so like going to a 5070 is like a minor non-upgrade, and then going higher than a 5070 requires spending like a stupid amount more money for a very minor gain. I hate the current state of the PC market. I hate the tech industry right now. I just hate everything about it, that's all. 9070 XT might be the best. I don't know. There's problems with Radeon cards for I think DaVinci Resolve doesn't play as nicely with Radeon cards from my understanding. But again, if I have my old PC still, I can do my editing on this current PC without a problem. Mostly. I don't know. It'd be a little weird because like it'd be a little bit weird to have a higher performance new computer and not be able to edit on it properly. So yeah. Anywho's, what are we doing? Am I done here? Oh wait, I was gonna go. Yeah. Here I am with my beloved 3080. I wouldn't. Like, I went from a 3080 to a 4070, which is the same performance, but the only reason I did that is because I wanted AV1 encoding. So unless you need some highly specific software feature, I don't think on a performance level you have a need to upgrade, unless you want to do like 4K stuff or whatever, or like the VRAM is not enough anymore for you. Like, if you need more VRAM for whatever game you're playing, whatever resolution you're playing at, maybe, right? But like, mostly I would say, no, I say chill with a 3080 for now. I would still be on a 3080 if I didn't need AV1. So, yeah. But depends on the games you play and whatever. For me, my computer performing perfectly and not having to think about how my computer is performing is part of why I can justify at this point having more money into it. Something like a 5090 is extremely excessive still, and I don't intend to do that. But it also feels bad getting the very meh upgrades. Like, if I spend $1,000 to get a 5080 and getting a very meh upgrade, it feels kind of shit, right? So, anyways. Nefer, or Nefer, is it Nefer or Nefer? First one to catch your attention if they don't mess up your kit. Yeah. The any characters, actually, I didn't think about that. Which ones are most likely to be 4 stars? I mean, you're not a 4-star, we know that. I don't think they're going to make you a 4-star because, 1, we already have information you're a 5-star. 2, if they make you a 4-star, I think the community would riot. If they actually released a tall male, and then he's a 4-star. And I don't think they want to do that. You probably not. I think almost all these characters are 5 stars. You are 4-star. You're either or. You're a 5-star. I refuse to believe that you're a 4-star. I don't know of anyone here other than maybe you and you. Could be 4 stars. I don't think this lady is a 4-star. Farka 4-star? Yeah. I think it's just the bottom 2. That's my vibe. But even the cat girl even could be a 5-star. I could see it. But I also think she's probably a very good chance she's a 4-star. Anywho's, let's go into poems only, I suppose. Is there anything else to do? This is a new event. I forgot about this. That's a ton of characters. Yep. Indeed is. New event sucks. Green girl 4-star, I'm gonna maul. I wouldn't maul that. Well, okay. I might maul in practice of trying to acquire her. But I tend to like 4-star kits in this game. They tend to be the more balanced kits, and they tend to be more engaging for me to try to make them work. If she's a 4-star, am I going to expect her to be a main DPS that clears Stygian Onslaught dire difficulty? No. But that's fine. Because most 5-stars aren't going to be a main DPS that clears Stygian Onslaught dire difficulty. Except for the dire difficulty that was made for them to clear well, to be clear. Should I wait at this point? I haven't activated C1 Skirk yet, because I still haven't gotten my sub 100 second clear that I wanted before activating it. But at this point, I'm kind of tempted to wait to activate C1 Skirk until after the next Stygian Onslaught to see how Skirk C0R1 performs again, in dire difficulty specifically. Because like Skirk C1R1, I would hope can clear dire difficulty against. I'm gonna guess my Skirk team is what I will use against the Electro Turtle for the next Stygian, but I don't know. We'll see. Nefer is with Jehoda in the splash art. Same. Wait, splash art. We have splash art. I'm not gonna show this, but is this leaked information or is this revealed information? Did they do some kind of post that I haven't seen? Probably. I only looked at the YouTube video. Let me look up. I'm looking forward to in 6.x. Here, there you go. There you go. Oh, was it this? I think I found this. About Nicole Rian. Okay. I like her design more with this little image. But we'll see in game. You're still no. You're still Varka. You're still no. Durin didn't really get anything meaningful more here. I still like the color balance, the purples and pinks. I really like this character's design. Sandrone. Yeah, not much more. We haven't. This does not give us much more information. Nefer. All right. All right. That's it. Well, that wasn't exciting. All right. I don't know what this event is like, but we'll see. What's the poll at? Yeah, has the poll changed? Pretty sure we're only getting lunar hydro reactions. Yeah, I talked about that yesterday. I sincerely hope that's not the case. Why? Because it just... Why? That's why. If that is the case, then I'm going to become a hater of the gimmick for next year. Even though I'm someone who likes reactions and like the idea at a baseline of them making new reactions. So, especially if they balance every single one like they balance lunar electrocharge. My predictions on their weapons and elements. I mean, some of them we know the elements for. I think most of them we know the elements for. I think Varka... So like Alice is Pyro. You're Dendro. You're Pyro. You're Animo. You, I don't think we know yet. I agree with... she's giving heavy Hydro motifs, especially with her dress being blue now. So I'm in line with the belief in her being Hydro. You, I have no freaking clue. You, I have no freaking clue. You're Electro. You exist already. You're Dendro. No clue. And no clue, really. Other than the supposed information that she's a Hydro Claymore. So Hydro Claymore, because we've heard that supposedly. I saw some people say in chat, this girl's a bow for some reason, but that's a crapshoot. I don't know. Catalyst, I would assume. Claymore, I would think. Could be anything for weapon type. Could be anything for weapon type. You give Catalyst vibes. I don't know why. You know what? I know this is going to be a weird take. Catalyst. Why? Because I want to play as the robot. And the robot, I think you just need it to be a catalyst so that they don't have to have like a weapon type visible on screen. I mean, they don't have to. It should be anything. You're supposedly polearm. You catalyst, I guess. You give... You don't give bow vibes. You don't give polearm vibes. You don't give claymore vibes. You don't really give catalyst vibes. You don't give any vibes. I don't know. Sword, I guess. Yeah, there you go. I believe the girl you have in D is a Scofier for vape. I mean, again, that's all information that's like so very not reliable. Like the number of times we've gotten information supposedly about character kits before a character's actual beta that has been completely off base is very high. Like, I just don't know if it matters that much. To be clear, like the information we have about the 6.0 characters is probably relatively accurate because that beta is coming in a week, right? But there's a difference between the characters coming in that we'll know the kit of in a week and the characters we know of 2 months from now. So, anyways, check out my ID at the moment. What do you mean? Okay, we're just shooting slimes. Oh, there's different ammo. I see. Is there piercing? No. There's piercing. Okay. Why is it so slow to shoot? Okay. Bam. Wham. Well, this is definitely just one of those events that is just like, yep. It's not bad, but it's just like a mindless, you do it event. That's fine. That's my vibe. Hello, sir. I feel like these rounds last a little longer than they need to. Now we are only halfway through. Okay. You have a shield? Really? Bruh. I have to burn them? Baloney. I hate the spread of this shot. It's useless. They have a shield again. Oh shit. I failed. Whatever. Stop regenerating. Wow. Final wave. Vaporize. I mean, that's cool. Okay. This event, they should have done that immediately. Making it so you can trigger reactions to do more damage is fun. You're way overthinking that? What do you mean? What, you think I was overthinking that? I wasn't thinking at all. Like, what? Oh, wait, it's Nico. I forgot. I should ignore Nico. Like, I wasn't thinking at all. I was just yapping while I was doing it. That's all. Like, bruh, you think yapping is indicative of meaningful thought? Just now notice the galactic fox on the left. Wow. I'm invisible. I mean, the fox isn't me. The fox is a characterization. Anyways, well, that event is certifiably okage, I guess. I neither hate it nor I like it meaningfully. That's fine. Let's go on to my other accounts. Maybe we can do a little bit of farming for eons on. Does Fox have a name? No. I haven't thought of a name. What happened to Bongo? I thought it would be too visually cluttered to have Bongo Cat and the Fox on screen at the same time. Although I am interested in trying to make it so the Fox itself bongos when I do like inputs on my computer, because I think that could be fun. And theoretically, shouldn't be that hard to implement, but you know, I plan to make Bongo Fox in the future. That's my current plan. I'm gonna turn on my fan because it's getting a little warm in the room. Brap. Okay. Did I just log on the same account? I just logged on the same account. Good job, Brain. Fox, that is galactic and nameless. Yeah, that was the intention. Space Train Fox. Don't have sit lolly, so I gotta skip a Nefer. Yeah, that's probably a lot of the problem for a lot of players right now. It's like, oh, look at all these upcoming characters that are super interesting. Would like to save, but also I really want to see lolly. For what it's worth, I think there is legitimate concern that sit lolly could be crept. I know that might seem insane, but it's very much a thing that could happen. Like there's no guarantee that she won't be. So I don't know. For me, I just like sit lolly, so I'm not too concerned about it. But I don't know. Should I go for C2 sit lolly or save? Do you want the future upcoming characters? Because all you have to ask yourself, this is all it's always been, but even more so nowadays, because like I understand more the relevance of, say, going for C2 sit lolly to make your Arlecchino as strong as possible. Like, I think if we're talking about really high investment Arlecchino things, that the things that probably make sense is like C1 Arlecchino first as a priority. Maybe C2 Arlecchino, particularly if you care about co-op, maybe, but it's like a little weird and also is kind of annoying for how it changes the gameplay. So like C1 Arlecchino, and then I would say actually maybe C2 sit lolly is best. But like, you already have C1, I mean, that's a factor too. So it's a matter of like, you're sacrificing a new character is my point, right? Like, how much do you think you are likely to mind wanting a new character? If you're already the type of person that skips most new characters anyways, outside of specific characters that release that you really, really like, then you're probably relatively safer to consider going for C2. But if you're the type of player who likes messing around with new characters more often than not, you probably should lean towards saying no, right? Think you can clear Stygian with C0 characters? I believe C0 R1, yes. As far as I'm aware, there hasn't been a clear of C0 R0 characters on dire difficulty. If you're talking fearless difficulty, 4 stars can clear fearless difficulty technically. If you're insane, there has been clears of it, but it's like insanity level clears. It depends what difficulty you're talking about. Whenever you ask the question of can you clear Stygian, you got to be way, way more specific. Dire? You need the skins? No, you don't. Sorry. The skins aren't that good. The skins are a shitty trophy. Let's be real. I think there's very few characters they like actually look better on meaningfully. Anywho's, yes, C0 characters can clear dire, but like you need the specific C0 characters and probably good gameplay and really invested builds. And also like at least having 5-star weapons. Like it's not just C0 characters, it's C0 characters plus some additional 5-star investment, at least for the current one. Future Stygian Onslaughts might be a little bit better, or they might be worse. My vibe right now though is you need some additional 5-star investment on a whole. Less than I kind of expected, to be honest, but that less than I expected for the specific teams that are really good at the bosses. Which is a really, like, there's not that many people that are in that circumstance. Like, you're not going to clear dire. Like, very, very few accounts. Like, basically no account that doesn't spend money. There's basically no Genshin account that spends money, that doesn't spend money, that will be able to clear dire difficulty consistently. Unless you have played since 1.0 and like you just win all your 50/50s and I don't know, right? Like there's some free-to-play accounts that might be able to, that have been playing since a long time and save their resources really smartly for like character acquisition and whatever. But like, anyways, even if you get the skins in one patch, they're gone the next patch, by the way. So like, I don't know. Unless they change something about how the skin acquisition works, I don't think you should care about the skins. They are a trophy. If you play from 1.0, you're already insane. Yeah, that's how I describe Zajef. Like, Zajef can't clear dire, the current dire, for example. He could have, potentially, but he would have had to get like he had the resources on a Primogem level to potentially do it, but he would have had to have decided to get at least like 1 or 2 constellations or weapons. Specifically, probably the smartest thing he could have done, maybe getting, I wonder, like he has enough resources that he could have gotten like C2 Muika probably and Skirk's weapon, for example. But technically, his account with way better artifacts could clear without Skirk's weapon. So like just like C2 Muika, for example, is probably enough for him. But even maybe not. I don't know. Is the Jeff free to play? He's been free to play, I think, since like the first couple patches. He bought like one or two battle passes or something very early on. So yeah, Zajeff is free to play since 1.0 and doesn't clear. Like Zajeff is like an account that's like an example of like the theoretical ideal for a character that's been like a player that's been very smart with their resources, but hasn't. But they have like Zajeff has been smart with his resources, has enough to get any character he wants. Although he's like Natlan has slowly drained his Primogems though. By the way, like I believe he has less Primogems right now than he had starting last year because he's pulled a lot more characters than he like did in like Fontaine. So I don't know. Like so the point is he can't clear the current dire difficulty. Will he be able to clear any dire difficulty in the future? Maybe. It depends how they continue balancing Stygian and the bosses they include in it. So, like, that's why I love Welkins. Yeah, I mean, if you're a regular player, I'm of the opinion, like you know, Zajeff says don't spend money in this shit game. He takes an absolutist stance, and that's fine. I respect that stance. But I think for any player that actually does log in daily anyways, it does make sense to buy Welkins, but there's also a problem in that Welkins are oftentimes the thing that like tricks your monkey brain into convincing yourself it's worth logging into every day in the first place. Like, but yes, I agree with you though. This is the wrong domain. I agree with you though that Welkins are worth it. Like Welkins over the court, like, so Zajeff's account had like I think 50,000 Primogems when I was on it. Let's see, if Zajeff had Welkins going for the last 4 years, how many Primogems would he have? So 365, I know leap years, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're talking 90 Primogem difference. 365 times 4, we're just doing an estimate, times 4 times 90. Zajeff would have an extra 130,000 Primogems. If he had, to be clear, that's not an insignificant amount of money that would have to be spent for this. You stop making those sounds. So we're talking 130,000 Primogems he would have if he did 4 years of Welkins. So we're talking, what is that, $60 times 4, $240. We're talking $5 a month, right? I'm not saying like $240 is not a small amount of money, but we're talking about over 4 years and a $5 a month cost for a game that is live service and getting constant updates. Like, I think if you're getting enough enjoyment out of this game to log into it daily, and get enjoyment out of like the cycle of patches updating every 6 weeks, the amount of like resources put into the game's creation, in my opinion, does justify giving them $5 a month. I consider this a game for my own sanity. God dang it. A game that has a $5 a month, and I consider this of most gacha games that I've considered playing daily, that have been good enough games that make me want to play daily. I consider them subscription games personally, right? So yeah, I don't know. But my point is like Zajeff is a free-to-play player and cannot clear. He's basically free to play, other than the one battle pass weapon he has or whatever from forever ago. He's free to play enough that and like it represents that ideal of like has the resources. He technically could have been more aggressive with his resources and gotten a couple of specific constellations. But like getting those constellations would mean he'd have a resource problem for potentially pulling the Node Cry characters, right? Like I don't think he made an incorrect decision from the perspective of trying to stay free to play. If he had Welkins going, like having Welkins going over time gives you so much more flexibility to make bad, quote unquote, bad decisions, or in the context of Stygian Onslaught, decisions that like getting 5-star weapons, getting a couple constellations, that even just those couple constellations on a couple specific key characters can make it the difference. But like, don't get me wrong, it's not like, oh, Hu Tao C1 magically makes Hu Tao able to clear dire difficulty in Stygian Onslaught. That is not what it is. But like if you want to clear dire difficulty with Arlecchino, you probably want at least C1 Arlecchino, is my guess, right? Against like the Tulpa currently. But that might change on different Stygian Onslaughts. So like it depends on the constellation. There's a lot of constellations in this game that are just near worthless. Like these are not good for the resource cost of getting them. The only reason I have these is I was going for Yao Yao constellations. Yay. So yeah. And if I make my video where I draw that recommendation of like, you know what? If you're feeling the problem, like I'm feeling the problem of how they've been scaling up character power level, wherein it feels like it's been harder and harder just to use the characters I like in the Abyss, and I'm concerned about, you know, how long I can continue using even Lanyan in Abyss, even as good as Lanyan is. Well, what do you do to address that problem? You invest in constellations in some form. Oh, the Lanyan's actually an example of like, Lanyan after getting her C6, there's nothing I can really do. Because, like, my build is almost perfect. Like, I plan on rerolling the circlet. I mentioned that previously on a stream. I plan on rerolling her circlet to try to get a perfect circlet. But after that, I can't really do anything to improve my Lanyan past getting her C6. And from there, it's like, okay, I could get Farina constellations, yeah. But that doesn't feel very satisfying as a way to increase Lanyan's performance. Because that's not Lanyan's performance, it's just, right? You understand. So, Lanyan's actually an example of, like, she doesn't even have that good of a vertical investment path past the relevant 4-star constellations like Farazan and Lanyan's. So, yeah, I don't know. Shenhe C6 for Lanyan. No, Shenhe C6 for Lanyan wouldn't do anything. But the sentiment of the idea is funny. So, yeah, I don't know. What Lanyan needs, honestly, is... I think Lanyan could succeed really well. Because Lanyan is already a character that scales meaningfully with EM for her damage. And her damage, you know... But it's also her talent damage. Like, so you build her for crit and EM. Crit and EM is an option right now. For Lanyan, but you don't have to build a bunch of EM. So if they release a Lunar Swirl character, right? If they release a Lunar Swirl character, Lanyan could functionally be buffed by new character releases. But I think that's the only hope for Lanyan. Or Lunar Vaporize actually might be the case too, yes. That's true. We will see. Only problem with Lunar Vaporize is if it's a Pyro character that enables Lunar Vaporize, that character would be replacing either Bennett or Farazan on the team, and they need to be a healer to pair with Farina if I remove Bennett. If I remove Farazan, well then I'm losing a lot of animo damage from Lanyan, and that's not ideal. So like, it's really hard to envision what the specific kit looks like that would be an upgrade for Lanyan. I saw the Durin leaks of... We have no real information about Durin. Like, the Durin information was not real. Like not real enough to matter at all. I don't know. I don't think the Durin information is worth discussing. I think the Durin information smells of so much leaker bull f***ing shit information. Like there's so many times we get leakers that like have takes that aren't like they're not descriptions of what character kit does. They're just like some stupid vibe that this person has, and that could easily be made up completely. But if it's not made up completely, it's just a stupid vibe they have based on like visuals or whatever information they've gotten, and like doesn't actually necessarily represent what their end kit is like in game at all. And it's not worth discussing. It is not worth discussing the idea of him being a Bennett and Xiangling replacement in one, unless we have actual kit information. It's literally not worth discussing that specific. Like, we need the actual kit before we can actually discuss the idea of him replacing Bennett or Xiangling or being a merger of the two. Right? Like that is not the kind of information that is meaningful without the actual kit information around it. Like, that's just leaker spewing BS. Yeah, leaker TC is sus. Anything that's leaker theory crafting is usually sus. But like information like Lauma is Lunar Bloom character. That's we can start making some guesses on that. But Lauma is Lunar Bloom character. Okay. What is the scaling? How does it compare to existing Bloom? Right? Like we don't actually know any meaningful information about Lauma other than she presumably is Lunar Bloom. But like to make judgment of like if a leaker goes and says, Lauma is just better than Nahida C2 for Nilu. How exactly? Like I'm not gonna trust you if we don't have anything to back up what your things are. We don't have the numbers. If you're gonna make a numbers claim, we need the numbers. So, anyways, what are your expectations of the story? I have no idea. I'm going in with 0 expectations because I went into Natlan with expectations and I was disappointed. But I have hopes that the story structure is going to be a bit different. I have hopes that the story structure is going to be a bit different than the typical Archon quest structure, and I think that is likely going to make the No Cry story more enjoyable for me. So yeah. Anyways, and yeah, there's always good old-fashioned lying indeed. Did I get a single relevant artifact, by the way? Wow. No, I need attack percent crit rate ER to consider leveling a flower and feather. Man, I have not been having a good time trying to min-max. I've been trying to, like, so my Eon's on, right? I want her to get up to about what my mana count is at, where on a fab build, she's at 2900 attack, and you can see she's at 2700, which is not what I want, but it's like really hard to get, like, my build on my mana count for Eon's on is ridiculously good. It's so hard to get that good of a build. I'm just having a terrible time of it, honestly. right now. Was this a 4-liner? Like, to a point? No. To a point where, like, I'm downright considering re-rolling 5 pieces if I get the ideal pieces for her, but they roll poorly. Right? If I get 4-line crit rate, ER, attack percent. But they have to be 4-line. Like, I'm not gonna, if this rolls crit rate, bye. If this was crit rate, no, not a consideration, right? But because it's not 4-line. But if it, I mean, I'd still level it if it rolled crit rate. Just it has to be a 4-line to dare consider re-rolling. So I don't know. That's where I'm at right now on Polar's only. I don't think I have any re-rollers though. No, I use them. I do have elixirs, which, being that Flynn's is supposedly an electro polearm, and we have a Nefer. Presumably, I will be spending all of my time in the new artifact domain on polearms only, and that's fine because I don't really have any particular artifacts I need to farm other than trying to get better pieces for Eon's on here. So, why do you need 2900 attack? I don't need 2900 attack, but Eon's Sun's buff with C5 to get this. You have to have more attack with C5 to max out her buff for her when she's above 42 Night Soul for the max of 810 attack buff. And you need 3000 attack to be able to get there. Right now, I have 2724. So, to be clear, where Eon's on is at her best is in a Shever's team. And a Shever's team will buff her attack by 40%. And 40% attack is... But I also actually haven't... I don't even remember. Do you have to get the attack buff going before? Normally, I would prefer getting the attack buff going before anyways. But anyways, in a Shever's team context, you have double Pyro and I have Shever's buff. That's 65% attack. So 0.65 times 822 is over 3000. Like, I have in Shever's teams, I already have the max buff. Like, it's not really a problem after I get the buffs from the other characters going, right? But what I want, though, is, one, I think I will use Eon's on, for example, with a Nefer, and probably this new, if Flynn's is a polearm user. That's a non-double Pyro context, right? We're in that non-double Pyro context, if I don't have Noblesse on the team, especially, which I could, right? I can probably get Noblesse on the team, but if we assume the worst case scenario, I have 2700 attack, 2700 times 0.27, 2724, is... Wait, actually, she gets a little bit of attack percent from... Yeah, let's not forget about that. Also, does this... No, it's active character. Okay. Just checking that wasn't also applying to her. So yeah, it's just... this is 20% attack, so 822 times 0.2. 164 plus 822, or 164 plus 2724 times 0.27 is 779. So we're talking, I am missing out on a whopping 20 attack. And you might be like, wow, that's really not worth min-maxing to the extent you're describing. I agree. But I have nothing else to min-max on this account right now, quite frankly. And secondarily, there's actually meaningful value to having Eons on, especially on this account, have more than 3,000 attack after buffs are going. So let's take a Shevers Raiden team as a context. If I get her up to 2,900 attack at a baseline like I want, she'll have 2,900 plus that 164 I mentioned before. But then if I'm running the ideal version of the team, it runs Xiangling on Noblesse, and then you have double Pyro, and then you have Shivers buff. So we got 40% plus 25% plus 20%. So we got a total of 85% times 822 is 698. So add that 698 to 2,888. And my Eon Sun's attack after the buffs are up is 3,600. And now that is obviously way more than the 3,000 needed for her high Night Soul attack conversion rate. But the problem is when I'm playing with Raiden, other than Raiden's initial burst, and this is assuming if I'm rotating well, other than Raiden's initial burst hit, her follow-up hits will, like, she doesn't move around enough to keep movement going to keep in the high conversion. So she drops to the low conversion rate. So low conversion is a ratio of her attack and her Night Soul. So it's 0.5% attack per Night Soul point. So if I take this 3,600 attack times 0.5%, that is 18 attack per Night Soul. And that would mean 810 divided by 18, or sorry, 810, not 810. We're going to go off as 690. 690 is her pre-C5 max. So 690 divided by 18 is 38 Night Soul. So I can have like the same as a non-C5 Eons on max buff if I have a 2,900 attack Eons on. But then she doesn't actually fall below. We only lose like 100 attack once we fall. We're losing relatively less attack. That's what we're doing. Like the more attack I can have, the less attack I lose per Night Soul point, essentially. So is it necessary? No, it's definitely not necessary. But it will help Raiden. It will also help Arlecchino a little bit, especially because Arlecchino is actually a lot better. Arlecchino is actually very, very good at keeping Eon Sun right on that threshold of barely under 42 Night Soul. So like, if I can have a build on Eon Sun for Arlecchino that keeps her in that 38 to 42 Night Soul range, I'll keep close enough to the max buff up, right? It's kind of the idea. And in Eon Sun, quite frankly, is it's the only temptation I had to try and get Shenhe's weapon. Just because Shenhe's weapon would theoretically enable like a 4,000 attack build, but you know. So no, I don't think it is worth it to min-max Eon Sun to this extent. Like it just doesn't actually matter that much. I'm not stressing out over it. When the new artifact domain releases, I'm not going to continue farming these artifacts to try to min-max Eon Sun. But like, if this goes in Strongbox, I will probably start Strongboxing this set to min-max her. And I don't know. Honestly, it's just because like I have a better Eon Sun on my main account, and I want to try to get an equivalent Eon Sun on my Polearm only account. I think Eon Sun is the only character on this account that has a worse build than the same character on my main account, right? Because like Polearm's only is able to hyper invest into specific units way more, because there's a much lower number of total units to spec into. So I have nowhere near the same investment level on every character on this account compared to my main account, except for Eon Sun. I have a better build on my main account. So really, that's probably the main reason. Anyways, what's the version 5.8? I want to jump into no crime. I mean, 5.8 seems like it's gonna be fun. Like, we're gonna have 2 exploration patches in a row. And the next 2 patches of Genshin are gonna be pretty good, right? So I don't know. I don't know if I'm not gonna poo-poo 5.8. I think 5.8 looks like it's gonna be pretty good. I might want that actually. I don't know. We'll check it, I guess. 5.8 exists so I can save? Yeah. 5.8 exists so I can save too, unless I really end up liking Nefer or... wow. Or... Is there another piece? Oh, there was another piece. There was not another piece. That's fine. Actually, well, you know what? I should take a peek-see. Because suddenly... This account suddenly is gonna want... Actually, no. Nefer wants an attack goblet. I wonder if the dude's gonna want an attack goblet or a electro goblet. Forgot I had this. Like I have a lot of electro goblets on this account that are actually pretty good. Not that. So I'm just thinking like, am I even gonna need these? Okay. Am I even gonna need these? Should have leveled this one first. That's potentially good too. I don't know. Where'd it go? Where was it? What was it? This one? And there's no way this is gonna roll that well. Well, I told you. You might be like, keep on leveling it. Like, I don't. Nefer doesn't use an electro goblet, and we don't even know if Flynn's is going to use an electro goblet, assuming he is polearm. And if he does, well, guess what? I have this. I have this. I have this. And this is probably going to be a near perfect piece for him. Like, unless I need 0.2% more crit damage. And if I need the crit rate, hey, I have this. It's not like Sino needs it, so yeah. Sino can use this as an onset piece. ER is good on Sino. Yeah, no, I'm not throwing away the other one. ER is too good of a stat to throw that piece away. So, anyways, you share these goblets with us? Nope. I am not allowed to. Hoyo said no. I asked them. Alright, anyways, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen on my main account for the next few characters. Is like I want Lanyon. I want Lanyon. I want Dia, and I want to earn them without spending money. Ultimately, if I really want a new 5-star, because I am a content creator, and if I think I can make meaningful content off of getting a new 5-star on my main account, I'm willing to spend money to acquire a new 5-star. But I don't want to go crazy with it. I don't like the direction Mihoyo was going with their kit design, and I therefore don't want to spend money because I don't want to support their design direction. So yeah. Do you have Dia's weapon? Yep. I got lucky with it on the first Chronicle banner. I didn't even want it that strongly back then because I was just like, other weapons are good for Dia. But like it would be like cool to have, and I got lucky, pretty lucky getting it if I recall. I don't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, men are back in Genshin, crazy. Except for it's probably gonna be, they're gonna release Flynn's, and then Varka's gonna take 8 years to come out. Varka's gonna be at the end of the year in the Mondstadt patch at the end, and he's gonna be bad because he's a Mondstadt. Sorry, no. They seem to not want to make very good Mondstadt characters since 1.0. But I'm assuming there's going to be a Mondstadt patch, right? Like, there's Alice, there's Albedo featured, Varka. But, like, Varka's in Non-Cry, so, like, I don't know. Varka's a crapshoot when he shows up. Bennett exists. In what reality is Bennett a new character, Nico? I said since 1.0. Yeah, Durin is kind of a Mondstadt character. Like, since 1.0. Relevant Mondstadt characters. Like yeah, no f***ing shit. There's good 1.0 characters from 1.0 from Mondstadt. Like, but they seem very resistant every time they've dared consider. I think there's only 2. Haven't they only added Mika and Dahlia? Is there anyone else from Mondstadt I'm forgetting? Eula. Eula, sorry, is not very good. They added Eula since 1.0. Any other Mondstadt characters that they added that weren't literally the launch of the game? I don't think so. I think there's only 3. Like, they just don't want to add Mondstadt characters in general, and none of them have been good. Eula is indeed the best at being garbage, and that's what makes her fun. I do enjoy me Eula in the right tolerance level. So, anyways, and like Mika has actually aged kind of okay-ish. He's aged well, but that's on the strengths of Farina, not on the strengths of Mika, and the strengths of other overpowered main DPSs like Mika, Farina, Skirk is pretty decent. In many ways more compelling than Dahlia. But Skirk is also the only reason Dahlia is even half compelling. Why is half of the Mondstadt characters they've released, 2/3 of the Mondstadt characters they've released since 1.0 are only relevant because of Skirk? Why? Rosaria isn't garbage? Was Rosaria released after 1.0? Where is she? Oh, she was. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'll acquiesce that. I forgot. I didn't realize Rosaria was non 1.0. I think I've had that realization multiple times. Yeah, okay. Rosaria is the best Mondstadt character they've released since 1.0, and they released her in like 1.2 or 1.3. Sorry for that mistake. But I think my point still stands in that they seem to not like releasing good Mondstadt characters, and Rosaria isn't exactly perfect. So, I don't know. Surely either Dolan, Alice, or Durin, if we count Durin as a Mondstadt character, or Albedo 2 are gonna be good. Surely. Toma? Toma's not that good. I'm sorry. Toma is okay-ish in specific contexts. And he hasn't aged very well, I would say, either. The only thing that's aged okay-ish about Toma is that Chevrolet exists. So... Eula's new best team is Skirk. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Anyways, anything else to do on this account? It's a yappy day, so I've been distracted. I already finished that yesterday. Alright. Bap. Not if I have anything to say about it, yeah. I'll give Sylveon credit for clearing Abyss with a very hyper-invested... Not hyper-invested as far as constellations, just hyper-invested as far as build. And the other members on the team. We'll give you credit for clearing Abyss with Eula. Eula is someone that if you want to succeed on here, you have to be willing to reset. You have to be willing to lose your sanity farming artifacts for her. You have to be willing... to also get all the key supports that make her good if you want to try to make her work in a team that actually feels like she's doing something and being the unit the team is designed around, rather than slot her into a team where she gets wheelchaired by the other units. But how do you think they'll restrict Varka to not be a Farazan slave? Well, if we want to hypothesize, he has orange and blue in his outfit, right? Oh, sorry for the yawn. So that clearly means Varka is gonna have some... I mean, they can do whatever the frick they want. Like, all they have to do is be like, this character... this character has when paired with Geo characters and Hydro characters has times 8,000% motion value, and his motion value when you dare not play, if you dare bring it, but he could even have something like, if you put an animal unit in the team, Varka does negative 5 million% damage. Varka can swirl Geo confirmed, exactly. So I don't know. Like, it's incredibly easy for them to do anything. Like, this is just how they're designing characters now. So it's a kind of a crapshoot. The fact of the matter is, if Varka is intended to be an animo DPS, where like he's primarily intended to get animo damage, like, and not like Chaska, or not even like something like Lanyan. But if he's like Lanyan, then Farazan will still be good. But and like he's not, as long as he's intended not to be like Chaska, who is, you know, an animo unit that does non-animo damage. If he's intended to do animo damage, they probably will let Farazan be a good teammate for him. Like, I don't think Mihoyo minds that. But at the same time, if they don't want that to be the case, it's not hard at all for them to do that. That's like just how they've been designing characters lately, right? Will it still be possible to do it? Yeah, just like they didn't want Skirk. They went so very out of their way in every level to make Skirk not relevant for Melt. And yet, I still feel she's one of the better Melt DPSs in the game, with the specific Sunfire combo team context. So, you know. You know, I guess since I got the upgraded timepiece, I should go back on to my main account. Okay, we'll do... I want to do a single pull, at least, on this account. I think we're at 4-star pity now. Probably be like Hazo. That could be cool. We're not at 4-star pity, frick. Okay, you know what? Fine, we'll do my... Oh... man, I'm so not in the mood to do things in this account right now. And this breaks the rule of the account. I'll be motivated when Sitlali is back. I'll probably... Oh, man. But then I'm also going to want to do exploration on my other account. I don't know. I want to get Sitlali, but I might end up not getting Sitlali in this account again. We'll see how my motivation is. But expect me to probably stream more during 5.8. Doing some exploration, whatever. So, anyways, we'll see what Varka's like. I'm definitely interested in what they balances get like. I still think animo DPSs have a lot of potential to be designed in really interesting ways. I don't know where to spend my resin. Can we just what's the easiest ley line path to follow? Fontaine? I think Fontaine ley line paths are easy. Anyways, I'm playing on my casual account right now, which I'm gonna go to the next 4-star. I want to get the next 4-star and then might not log in until next patch. I want to get Sitlalian's account, but I also don't know how motivated I am gonna be. Like, there'll be enough exploration content that I should be able to get Sitlalian next patch. I think. I don't know. I could get really unlucky. Like, I'm only at like 20 something pity right now, and I have to go to pity twice for Sitlali. Like, I've had terrible 5-star luck after getting that Raiden, which wasn't that impactful. I mean, she was nice at the time, but not that impactful long term. And then getting Nahida as a 50-50 win. I've lost every 50-50 since then, and had to gone to pity for every 5-star. Like, I've gone quite a lot of wishes at this point and not had any early 5-star. And it feels real rough on this account right now, as far as 5-star acquisition rate. But it's still doing okay. Like, I can go 36 stars current Abyss. I haven't yet, because I was playing terribly at the time, but... Anyways, obviously this current Abyss, you know, is, you know, heavily shills Skirk, so that's, yeah, duh. But, you get the point. She can one-rotate that, at least. That's something. Yeah, like, I don't know. I should probably farm artifacts in this account, probably, but we'll spend some on resin or ley lines here, and then we'll spend our other resin elsewhere. Your poll is missing an important option. I don't know what a Nefer is. I mean, I think you were supposed to use your own abilities to. If you don't know what a Nefer is, I believe in your own abilities to look up what a Nefer is. Or you just don't answer the poll. I think the option you are asking for in the poll is the choice that you have to not answer the poll. You're not compelled to answer the poll. So, a swirl DPS for Varka. I have no faith that they would do... I don't know. They made a swirl DPS, her name is Mizuki, and they decided they didn't want that to be good. I'm not saying they can't do it still for Varka. I just would be surprised if they did it. If they do it, it'll probably be Lunar Swirl, and that might be cool. But to be honest, if they do Lunar Swirl, I really want a support that enables Lunar Swirl, not a main DPS. So, I don't know. But it depends what his kit looks like. Yeah, hopefully he's not just Chaska power creep. That would be not ideal. Although I almost assure you, if he is an Anemo DPS that does non-Anemo damage, he probably will be Chaska power creep in practice because of how often Chaska just feels terrible. The amount of situations Chaska just like feels like she doesn't function in is wild to me, because so many enemies just like have a random boss that like, you know, either starts with 3 enemies at the start and makes Chaska feel terrible if you dare play her without a team that can like front load a bunch of damage before you switch to Chaska, or the mechanical cube, which shows up all the time in Abyss, feels terrible with her if you're in the middle phase. So I would not be surprised if Varka, if he is Chaska, he might not be like power creep on a, if they want to balance things well, he might not be power creep on like a spreadsheet level, but he might be power creep in practice, because Chaska has like, I think Chaska has the most severe like utility problems in the context of the end game. In the context of overworld, it's not a problem, but in the context of endgame, pretty big problems that make her feel terrible, on top of just being relatively boring to me. But so I don't know. Point is, my point with that is I would be fine with them making a Chaska-like, but with different gameplay nuance. That's all. Oh, I should really do these anecdotes, shouldn't I? Because we don't get any primo gems from these. Should I subject you guys to doing 20 anecdotes on this account? You don't get any primo gems from these if you don't do them this patch, right? How many do I have to do? Oh, I've already done them. Never mind. I should do them on poems only, though. Okay. Where is... Oh, I see. So yeah, I have little faith in balance post V5. Yeah, I don't either. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know. I think the healthiest approach is honestly to stop caring about like clearing the end game consistently, whatever level is appropriate for you. Like for my main account, I should continue being able to clear without pulling from the new characters. Most likely, I will be able to continue clearing like difficulty 5, a Stygian Onslaught, and I'm fine with that balance. But I think for other people, I think you might have to be fine with not clearing difficulty 5. Otherwise, like, it's just gonna feel terrible, I think. And I don't know. I kind of think the thing to do, if you don't want to just pull for the characters Mihoyo wants to pull for, if you're fine with that, then it's not a problem, I guess. But if you aren't fine with that, I think the route to do is just to be like, don't pull the new characters and just hyper invest in your existing characters, whether it be by artifacts, by weapons, by constellations, if the specific constellations are good. A lot of specific constellations are not very good, so don't just go for constellations by default. But anyways. S tier stream title, thanks. Thumbnail? Oh, thanks. You edited your... okay. Do you feel it's HSR like? Oh, it feels HSR like. Yeah. I mean, well, it doesn't feel as bad as Star Rail. Star Rail, in an extraordinarily small amount of time, went from like, wow, I'm having a ton of fun playing QQ, to, wow, I'm not having fun playing QQ anymore. And like, Genshin hasn't quite felt like that. Because like, Genshin is like, okay, if I want to still play Candace, I can still play Candace and it's not that hard. It's just the specific teams I'm able to play Candace in are a bit different. Right? So it's not near as bad as Star Rail felt to me. But it doesn't feel good. And like, for how concerning Zenless was initially, it's actually kind of incredible how well Zenless has done. As far as keeping things balanced. But again, Zenless is like a fundamentally different game as far as how the combat design goes. And I think its baseline game design being so inclined towards skill expression means that power creep inherently is not ever going to be as much of a problem in Zenless as my overall vibe. But I don't know. We'll see in a year from now. But last year, I said the same thing. I was like, I don't know. We'll see how the power creep is next year for Zenless. And we're kind of in next year for Zenless. And it's kind of the ideal. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure it'll get there eventually after years. I'm sure it will. But like, I have seen my Soldier 11 grow more than I've struggled. Like I have, as time has gone on, I've been able to use Soldier 11, a standard banner DPS, to even better as time has gone on, rather than it being harder to use her as time has gone on, despite the fact that they've released content that, you know, like the enemies have way more HP and way more specific mechanics. I can still use her, and I can use her better. So, man, you could argue that, oh, Soldier 11 is a little bit of an anomaly because of how many things have, like, buffed her minorly for her team options. And, like, yes, I guess. But I think that effect has also happened for many other characters. So, I don't know. Anyways. Yes, it's barely out of Season 1. The real tell is, like, when we reach 1 year of... When we reach December this year, I'd say. December this year will be the real measuring point. If they release Miyabi Power Creep by December, I'll be a little more concerned. But I think it's also going to be really hard to release Miyabi Power Creep, because Mono Ice Miyabi is a very hard to play team that is very hard to power creep. Like, but I don't know. Like, if they release a character, the point is, like, if they release a character that can get to Mono Ice Miyabi levels, but it's still just as hard to play, is that a problem? I don't think it is. Even if it's slightly better than Mono Ice Miyabi. If it's still as hard to play, it's fine. But if it's like a character that gets to Mono Ice Miyabi levels, but is brain dead to play, that's a problem, right? So, anyways. Does he want a Nefer as much as Skirk wants a Scofier? The Electro DPS next patch? I mean, we have no idea. We don't have his actual kit information. There's a good chance that the Electro dude's the best team will likely include a Nefer, but whether or not that's necessary to clear dire difficulty or non-dire difficulty instead, like, it's likely that what the balance is going to be for his kit is that for having C0 characters, especially if it's C0 characters without 5-star weapons, for having C0 characters, I bet Flynn's, I think that's the Electro dude that's Electro DPS for 6.0 supposedly, if you want to clear dire difficulty with him, you probably want a Nefer. I almost assure you will not need a Nefer for non-dire difficulty. And it's very possible, we don't know like how his kit is going to work. We don't know exactly. It's very possible Eon-san might be more relevant for him than Nefer. I'm just saying. It's possible. We don't know exactly how his kit balance is. But Eon-san, with Constellations especially, might be more important than Nefer for him. We don't know. We don't know how his kit balance is. Right? We don't know his multipliers. So, but, like, I can tell you, like, if I didn't, yeah, it's Emily Kanich. I think it's going to be an Emily Kanich situation. Where, like, if I didn't have Emily for Kanich, for, like, the Dragon Toilet, I don't think I would have been able to clear dire difficulty with my Kanich team. I would have had to, like, use Veressa or something to try to clear the Dragon Toilet. And that's fine. Like, I probably still would have been able to do it, but I don't think I would have been able to clear it with my C0 Kanich if I didn't have Emily, most likely. Whereas, and this is probably going to be the same thing, where I think if you want to clear dire difficulty, you probably want a Nefer. If you don't care about dire difficulty, I think you're probably going to be safe to skip a Nefer. And prioritize, like skip a Nefer and prioritize getting Flynn's and his signature weapon. Especially if you have a Eon-san, is my guess. Because I think Eon-san is probably either going to be the best Nefer alternative, or might just be better than her. I don't know. We'll see. We will probably have the actual kit on the last few hours of this banner, if that's a relevant deciding factor, I suppose, because maybe you don't have, maybe if you have Eons on C0, that probably is a bit rough. I think Eons on C2 is very, very desirable to have and potentially worth the risk to go for if you care about the endgame combat experience, right? Eons on C2 is one of the vertical investment things that could make sense. So, anyways. We'll see. Point is, I think you're relative, if you just care about Flynn's because you care about the man, I think you're relatively safe to skip a Nefer, but she'll be up for 3 weeks and we'll have the kit information. We will see if he gets any meaningful changes in beta. Go follow Jeff, TGS, whoever for numbers breakdowns. You can follow me for my non-numbers numbers breakdowns for my yaps about things. Obviously. So if you want I do numbers too, but I don't make videos specifically focused on the numbers. I run numbers to verify my vibes. and to verify the numbers that other people run. That's all I usually do. So I start from vibes. I run some numbers to verify my vibes to make sure my vibes aren't completely off base. I check with other people and what their conclusions are to make sure my vibes are not completely off base. And then I continue operating off vibes. So, because it's a video game and that's enough for 99% of the cases, outside of when we're doing specific one-to-one comparisons. So yeah. But anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing ley lines. I was trying to get a single wish. And wasn't I going to go over to... Oh yeah, I was going to go over to my main account and do Sunfire Skirk. I want to if I can clear Sunfire Skirk... I think I used Sunfire Skirk to clear difficulty 4 of Stygian. I don't think I cleared with Sunfire Skirk on difficulty 5. And I think I still won't be able to because I don't have enough cryo application. You need... Or cryo hits. Like, you need too many cryo hits to keep the stupid thing's meter down. And it just, like, didn't work properly with the difficulty. Like, it would, I think, on a damage level, I could probably make my Skirk beat difficulty 5 with Sunfire. Wait, with Melt DPS Skirk. But I don't think it works with the 6 instances, or the needing more instances of cryo hits, because there's more downtime in cryo hits with Sunfire Skirk compared to normal Skirk teams. So, I don't think it'll work. But I'm down to try it again now that I have a better artifact for Sunfire Skirk. I don't... I don't have flies. Planning for pulling for Varka, but I don't have Faros on, but it might be over for you. Mihoyo's not stupid. They tend to run relevant 4 stars. Right? They ran Eons on with Muika, right? Which I think is a very important thing for them to do, particularly from a context of like she needs a Natline unit, and Kachina is a kind of garbage option. So them rerunning, like putting like Eons on, I hope is always on Muika's banner, because any new player, if they're pulling Muika, at least hopefully should be able to get a copy of Eons on to make sure Muika's kit actually functions, right? Same story for like Varka. If Varka really wants Farazan, I sincerely hope they rerun Farazan on his banner. Please don't be mean to Kachina, she'll cry. I mean, Kachina does her best. I like her kit. Well, I shouldn't say I like her kit. I wish her kit was less screwed over by Mihoyo hating her. I think her ground pound gameplay is kind of fun, but her cooldowns make things feel terrible. And Mihoyo was like, no, it's really funny how like at a low investment level, Kachina feels like she does good damage, and then her damage just doesn't scale up with investment. like her scalings go from, let me show you. Let's see. Go to amber.top. Why is that off center? Go to Kachina. Like we're talking like low investments, so we're talking like a level 50 Kachina. So like level 2 talents. Her skill is doing 100% of her defense when you're on top of it. And then how much is the scale per level? A tiny little bit. It doesn't even double. Like you can go from a level 2 talent to a level 10 and it only gets 60% more multiplier. It's so bad. Like her baseline scaling is like, oh, she actually performs kind of okay. Like I don't know if Tars is watching right now, but me and Tars, when we played 5.0, we were in a call together playing 5.0 for the first time, if I recall. And like we tried Kachina and we're like, oh, Kachina actually performs pretty well for like a level 40 unit. or level 20 unit. And then, oh yeah, and her A4 gives 20% def scaling. I forgot. Or no, that's geo damage bonus. That's not def scaling. Oh wait, no, sorry. The A4, yeah, derp. Yeah, it is. It is def scaling. So like, so she's actually starting at like 100. So at level 3 talents, we'll say, because it's at 100. She's starting at 120% multiplier. And she only gains with 8 or 7 talent levels, crowning a ton of resources, a tiny bit more. Like, so like on a low investment level, Kachina's damage is actually pretty okay. But it just doesn't scale, like at all. Other than her burst scales a little bit, to be clear. Honestly, no, her burst scales like shit too. So I like, so I don't know. They just decided no on like this character can be okay on a low investment level and bad on a high investment level, and that kind of feels bad. Because if you just like the gameplay, it just means it doesn't feel satisfying. So yeah, to put all the resources into. But yeah, it was really funny. Like Tars and I having like a positive impression at first because of low level scaling being pretty okay. It's like, oh, it's surprising how much damage she can get despite just being level 40 still. And then Tars actually leveled 90 here, and he's like, oh, I take it all back. I'd level 90 and triple crown this character, and she's not much better than she was at level 40. I don't get why they did that. Like, there's no, in my opinion, there's no problem. If Kachina had literally doubled the scalings, she does not suddenly become an Omega strong. She's not suddenly become, oh, she's better than Ito. She's not strong by doubling her scalings. She just feels like she maybe gains value from actually investing in her into her just because you like her. Like, I think it's an enormous dick move that they insist on making sure that the character must be truly garbage or something. And that presumably is their intention. I don't know. Man, play Wuwa? I don't like Wuwa, I'm sorry. I liked it for a little bit and I stopped liking it. And you know what? That's fine. If you like Wuwa, I'm glad. Competition is good. There should be, and having different preferences for different kinds of games is good. Was not my thing, and that's fine. And yes, Wuwa has supposedly gotten better. From what I have seen, not better in ways that give me a compelling reason to try it again. I don't care. Tell me when Wuwa becomes not a gacha game, and I'll consider playing it again. Not that gacha was its only problem. It had other problems. Yeah, we can go connect servers now. Four-star Hydro Claimer would be cool. Yeah. We'll see what the kid is like, but if it's Ino, like it supposedly is, it's gonna have to be a very... Mihoyo has a terrible track record for making Hydro 4 stars and Hydro 3 stars. Sorry, Sichuan's not a 3-star. Sichuan was a 5-star on release, and she turned into a 4-star, but it's still a 5-star. So, yeah, my opinion is that Sichuan was actually 5-star level in some specific niches on release. But then in a post-Escoffier world, a post-Escoffier, post-Natlan world, that character is now a 4-star. And that sucks, because she's not a 4-star. So anyways, Mihoyo has not had a great track record with 4 stars, especially Hydros. I so much feel like Ino as a free Hydro Claymore is just going to be an enabler of the reactions to be like, hey, we're not locking, so they can be like, hey, we're not locking these new amazing reactions. We're not locking these behind 5 stars. Why are you yapping? Do you French? Yeah, you French a little though. We didn't lock these new mechanics behind a 5-star. You can get it for free. Just ignore that the reactions are shit if you don't have the 5-star characters that do 8 billion extra damage, because the reactions at a baseline aren't really, they make you feel like they're different, but they're not actually that much difference as far as damage goes. So, anyways, that's how Nefer is balanced. Like Nefer shows that like the way their actual reaction is balanced means that unless Aino's kit is good in conjunction with it, just enabling Lunar Electrocharge is not good enough. Just enabling Lunar Bloom is probably not going to be good enough, right? So, like, what does the kit do other than that? If she applies, you know, like, I would love to be proven wrong with my pessimism for their Hydro units. I would like to see Aino. How do they make Aino, like, a free unit that is relevant but not broken and still fun for enabling the reactions? Like, I'll have fun with her if she enables the reactions. I'll probably do something with her. Particularly if she enables the reactions without having to be leveled up past level 20. I'm very down with using her as a level 20 unit. If her kit does almost nothing. Like, there's a very good chance her kit will do nothing other than she can use the new artifact set that probably does some kind of buff of some form. Cool. But then she doesn't need to be leveled up for that. And then she'll enable the new reactions and hopefully not need to be leveled up for it. But if I had to, like, level her to 90, that's annoying. If her kit doesn't do something relevant. Just to enable the reactions or something. Like, I'll use her if I need to have some idea for a fun team. Even if I dislike the character. As long as I don't have to put a ton of resources into her. Just to if I had to put a ton of if I have to level this character to 80, just so that, like, she can enable the reactions, that would make me really salty, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. But what I would like, what they can do in her actual kit. That isn't just, like, making her, like, I'm not saying that she needs to do, you know, Farina level DPS. Like, no. That's, I think, a little bit silly for, like, a free Hydra unit. But I would like to see her be, say, applying Hydro as much as, like, a C6 Candace can at minimum. Applying as much Hydro as a C6 Candace can at minimum from off-field. And doing that in AoE without requiring normal attacks. I think that's all she needs. If she applies Hydro off-field in AoE at, like, every 2 seconds, applies Hydro every 2 seconds, which is not very high, applies Hydro every 2 seconds in AoE and doesn't require normal attacks, okay. This is a good character for them to give for free. And they won't break the balance of the game at all. I'd be fine with that. And I would like this character's kit, and I would level them up. But I don't have faith that they're going to do that. Like, they made Dahlia, and they're just, like, desperately scared of making Dahlia do anything other than, like, they were, like, Dahlia's entire design reeks of, we really do not want this character relevant anywhere else other than with Skirk. Like, that, I'm a known liar, yeah. Like, that's what Dahlia's design is. We really don't want you to use Dahlia with anyone other than Skirk. Although C6 Dahlia is a minor upgrade for Wanderer, but not in a way that makes Wanderer suddenly competent. Like, stop, you butthole. Anyway, like they didn't want to make this dude apply Hydro in Mothfield. Why? Why would that have been a problem, right? Like, why would that have been a problem? So this is like, Dahlia is the most recent example we have for a Hydro 4-star. So I don't know. Hopefully I can be forgiven for being so pessimistic about a free Hydro 4-star. Because Dahlia wasn't even a free one. Dahlia wasn't even free. What are they going to do to the free one? Oh, God. Anyways. Yeah, and if they give the lunar reactions to Hydro MC, it's doomed. Like, Hydro MC might be a lot better than this free character. We'll see. We'll see. Here, let's go artifact, I guess. I know will be better than Dahlia. For Skirk? Probably not. Maybe. Will she be better than Dahlia in a generic context because of an artifact set that makes her better? Potentially. But is that really her being better if it's the same thing as Kachina again? Like yes. But also, like, again, like, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't... should I apologize for wanting a character kit to be more than just an artifact set that released that year is relevant on them? I don't know.
If you ever...
You could give 30% HP scalings on everything Hydra MC has and it still wouldn't be good? No, you're wrong. Nubilet does... So, this is before his multiplier bonus. 14.47% of his HP with his charge attack. Okay. And then his multiplier bonus, if you're playing with Farina, is 125%. So, times this by 1.25. So, we'll just say 20% for simplicity. You just said that adding 30% HP scaling to all of Hydro Traveler's damage would not make them a good character. 30% HP scaling to Hydro Traveler's damage would be incredibly strong. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, adding 30% HP scaling to Traveler's skill makes them better than Nubilet, potentially. Like, on a single target level, to be clear. Nubilet would still be better because of Nubilet has all of his quality of life and like AoE and whatever. Like, the bubble beam wouldn't be better, but like that would be better damage scaling than Nubilet. So yeah, I think your number is a little bit off base there. So, anyways, Pyro Traveler or Hydro Traveler can be made to be good. I'm not saying lunar reactions would make them good, but they could be good with better scalings. You also be adding 30% HP cost. Okay. OP healers exist in the game. It doesn't matter. I strongly feel it doesn't matter. So, anyways,
Where do we come from?
where did we go?
Where are we going?
What artifacts am I farming? I don't know. Should we just... Yeah, we can continue coping. Like, the only reason I'm even considering farming these artifacts in this account is because I happened... I shouldn't have done it. I farmed some of these artifacts when I was doing Stygian Onslaught on this account, and I got a ridiculously cracked flower. I have no other relevant artifacts to put on her for her own signature set. I got this stupid, ridiculous piece. And it makes me mad, because it's just like, this is almost useless. It's an off piece, to be clear. It can be an off piece for someone. But, like, as an on-set piece, it's useless unless I spend 5 billion resin farming the rest of the pieces. It's just like, okay. F me, I guess. Why did I do that? Don't farm an artifact set unless you're willing at all, unless you're willing to commit to it. That's my vibe. Because the game's going to troll you and give you a really good piece in the set that you just need to spend 80,000 more resin to even dare consider using. That's why I'm here. Because I don't feel like thinking about anything else to farm. Night Soul compared to Lunar. Night Soul was just a mechanic to restrict artifact sets and incentivize using newer characters against newer enemies. That's all it was. Like, Night Soul is not actually a game mechanic. Night Soul is a gacha mechanic. Let's be real. It doesn't really do anything mechanically, other than incentivize synergy between Natlan units and certain Natlan units. And there's nothing you have to think about with Night Soul, generally speaking. Like, it's just a word they apply to units from this region have a point resource meter that goes down. Like, Skirk has Night Soul, but it's not called Night Soul, so she can't use the things that say Night Soul, and she doesn't trigger effects with enemies that care about Night Soul things. She doesn't do Night Soul aligned damage. But she has the same exact thing on a mechanical level, where she gets points, and she gets some kind of resource meter when she uses her ability, and that resource meter goes down after doing something. And for Skirk, it's just existing, which is like what it is for other Natlan units. Like, that's what it is on a mechanical level. It's just a resource meter to show you how a character's kit functions. Like, it's exactly the same. Skirk's resources is exactly the same as how Night Soul works on a mechanical level, other than how it interfaces with artifacts, equipment, and boss mechanics, right? And that's all just gacha BS, in my opinion. And it's not just gacha BS, it's also just like other non-gacha games do mechanics like that, right? It's fine. Like, I mean, I'm exaggerating a bit, but you know, you get the point where I'm coming from. So, like, I don't know. Night Soul is not even a mechanic, it's kind of my vibe. It's like barely a mechanic. It's just a gacha restriction thing to me. And so from that level, at a baseline, the lunar stuff I inherently like more. Even though I don't like what we've seen so far. Wow, 4 artifacts, and 2 of them are flowers. And like, this is not even relevant. I already have a like, just whatever. Like, Nightsoul was terrible. That, I mean, they're gonna do the same thing with No Cry. They're gonna have bosses that want lunar reactions on them. Well, okay, to give them credit, the boss they're adding next patch does not require lunar electrocharge. It just wants electrocharge or lunar electrocharge. I don't have faith that they're gonna do that the whole year, though. Like, I think the only reason they're being nice with this new boss is because they know a lot of people aren't gonna pull for Nefer, and they don't want the boss to be like impossible to fight, right? Like, they have to make it possible to fight, and the obvious thing to do is just make it so it does electrocharge or lunar electrocharge. But but as they release more, as they release more units that do the lunar reactions, particularly after they release the free one, because as soon as they release the free one, as soon as they release the free one that, oh, it technically enables it, you have access to the mechanic for free. Just ignore the fact that putting this character in your team makes your DPS go down by 10 times. Like you get the point. Like, they're gonna do the same thing where they're almost surely gonna do the same thing where there's gonna be a boss that heavily incentivizes using a lunar reaction, and if you don't use a lunar reaction against it, it's gonna be a lot more annoying. Impossible? Not necessarily. Honestly, overall as a whole, it's been somewhat surprising how many options you had to deal with like the Nightsoul inclined mechanics. For example, like the automaton, not the cryo automaton, the other automaton that incentivizes using Nightsoul. It was actually like not that hard to deal with without Nightsoul. In Abyss, we haven't seen it in Stygian. I'm sure in Stygian it'll if the automaton comes to Stygian, the other automaton comes to Stygian, it'll almost assuredly basically require Nightsoul. But anyways, like, they're gonna do it. I don't know. I have no faith that they wouldn't do it, but outside of that context, I like them it more just because it's like more interesting to think about. But I also don't like how they're starting with it with lunar electrocharge, because the reaction itself isn't really that interesting. It doesn't do that much different. It changes how electrocharge works in a way that doesn't result in different damage, and mostly the end result is just as different visually. That's the end result of the reaction. So, I don't know. I know, burning became a lot better in that one, yeah. For sure. So I don't know, we'll see. I would love to be proven wrong. Maybe, because I think many people really dislike how much Natlan was like, Natlan felt like use Natlan or get screwed to most players. And maybe they will take that feedback and not do that again. But I doubt it, because I think they did that because it sells. I think it helps sell things. Wow, thank you for all the artifacts in the wrong set. I really appreciate that. I have 2 transient resins. I'm going to use these right now, because I think one of them is going to expire, and I don't have anything else I need to specifically use it on. I should probably farm weekly bosses, I guess. Think about it. Definitely should, actually. We'll go use one of them on a weekly boss, I guess. What? Okay, thought that charger hack would kill. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I would love more than anything to have my pessimism proven wrong, but my experience in the last year with Genshin's endgame has painted a particular picture to me that makes it hard to envision them doing much different than what they've done already. But I'd love them to be... Oops. I'd love them to do different things. I was just trying to pick up this. Okay. This boss. Oh, I don't have it unlocked. Where is it? On the top. Pyroscophia leak is scary. Yeah, I don't know. Again, that's leaker theory crafting. Like, I don't trust leaker theory crafting ever. So them saying Pyroscophia doesn't mean anything. Not without actual or real information attached with it.
Time to act. Witness the power of the rock.
Bro, stop.
Not now.
Butthole. Great. Cool. Yeah, yeah, even if they had the numbers, they could easily sound it being wrong. That skill just hit, or still hit. Tedious phase done. Well, fun phase now. But I don't have energy. Yeah.
Let us dance, my dearest.
Try to remember the steps this time.
What if Nefer needs desert scarabs? Well, I think they'll be fine. I still maintain desert scarabs are nowhere near the worst in the game. That's a meme to me at this point.
Good lord, I was forgetting your lines.
Where were we?
Like, what's like the leeway rocks, like the
My power is immense.
what's it called? The orange leeway rock I maintain is more annoying to farm than the scarabs. Speaking of other leeway things, violet grass or whatever, the grass, the chi flower that like also Baiju uses and I think 2 other characters use. Far more awful. Poor Lapis, yeah. Like, I don't know. There's so many more annoying things than the scarabs. Be like, oh, but like there's scarabs that are underground. Yes, but like you almost all, if you want to like farm enough to do things in one day anyways, you basically have to go into co-op regardless. So like I don't even know if it matters that much. I'm not hitting. What the frick? Why did you back up? Alright.
The curtain call has arrived.
I'm not gonna be able to kill it. Oh wait, no, the queen is dead. Oh, okay. I forgot. Oh yeah, I forgot if you kill it or not. Yeah, never. Alright. Up. Also, the new event. The new event? It seemed whatever. It seemed fine. No freaking cryo crystals again. Thank you, game. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to end up spending like twice the amount of resonance normal in this account if I get Silali because I don't have any cryo crystals. Like, what the frick? I hate the Ascension crystal problem in this game so much. It's actually nonsense. Like, if I had encountered this problem early on in Genshin, I probably just would have stopped playing it. If I had to spend more resources to level up the character than just getting like the main boss drop and like not having enough Ascension crystals. Like, this is such a stupid problem. They just shouldn't exist at all. And I think they acknowledge that it's a design problem because they haven't put it in their other freaking games. Like the equivalent boss farming resource is not as annoying. I don't get it. Whatever. Like seriously, look at just in case you don't believe me, that I like at world level 9, I am not going to get enough. I am not going to get enough of these crystals when farming like Sitlolly's boss. I will not get enough of these when farming her boss to be able to fully ascend her. So it's either I don't fully ascend her, or I need to spend more resin getting these crystals. I don't have enough. Like actual nonsense, stupid design, and like it's not even like I still don't understand it because like I can't fathom how that makes them more money. I can't fathom there is anyone resin refreshing to get Ascension crystals, right? Because the people that it screws over are not the people that are going to resin refresh. You can transmute it. Oh, thanks. Yeah, let me transmute it with my 260 Stardust. Fucking thanks for the suggestion. On my main account, I have enough Stardust to transmute, except I'm running out of materials to transmute. I'm running out of materials even on my main account to transmute. Why do I have so little? It's a casual account. Why do I have so little? It's a casual account. It doesn't wish for it. I don't log in every day. I don't spend 70 wishes per patch. This is a casual account, guys. This is the average player experience. Where you just like I'm logging into this account relatively regularly, but like not super often. I don't log in daily. The average player is not logging into this account logging into an account every day, farming every prima gem they can, wishing as much as they can. Yeah, there's no way to resolve it on this account other than over farming bosses. And my main account has a problem in the different direction in that I level up too many characters on my main account, and I have to either not ascend characters fully or overfarm bosses. And like, if I had recognized that problem earlier on as happening, I could have like slightly mitigated the issue. I don't have 4 accounts to manage, but you logged into this account more than I do on my main. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it's a stupid problem. It's a stupid problem that just doesn't exist. I really hate what bugs me so much and why I'm getting mad about it when people suggest, oh, just do this. It's because they act like that's a solution. They act like that this isn't a problem. Like this doesn't have to be a problem. They don't need to exist, guys. This is a problem with the game's own creation. There's no reason that that these in-game solutions for a problem need to exist. They can just delete them from the game. Like, and arguably the only reason it exists is to try to make it so free-to-play player, like accounts like this one, feel forced to spend Stardust, which could turn into wishes, right? This is wishes, right? We need to acknowledge for this account. Every bit of Stardust I spend on dust is something that could have been spent on a wish instead. This is the only argument for why this potentially exists at all, is a hyper cringe mechanic that exists for a certain subset of players, like this accounts, like how this account is, where I'd have to spend materials that could turn into something that could acquire a new character. And instead I have to turn it into materials for leveling up a character. And I don't think that makes sense to do. I think it makes sense just to overfarm bosses. You overfarm bosses so you get the Ascension crystals. But they should just remove the gems. Because I don't think it actually meaningfully makes them money. It's just a hyper cringe gotcha thing. And it got worse with world level 9, by the way. This account is world level 9. Because it has played enough. Like it played for like a year straight. And then I have now passively played. It wasn't world level 9 until this like a few months ago. Now it's getting to world level 59 apparently, even, or world level 59. Like world level 9 increased the number of boss drops you got from farming the bosses, but did not increase the number of Ascension crystals you got from them, which is nonsense. They made it worse. Yeah, it probably makes them $2 per year. So I think it's a justified thing to get angry at, and it somewhat annoys me that people don't understand why it's a problem. and that Dust of Azoth is not a solution to the problem. Anyways, it's not enough permanent Mora XP. I mean, I don't disagree that the Mora XP resources, those are just, I don't know. The Mora XP is just normal gacha problems. Like, I don't know. I felt the Mora XP resource equivalent problem in all gachas, although the least so in Zenless, but Zenless, I've been buying the Battle Pass, so I think if I didn't buy the Battle Pass in Zenless, I'd be feeling it in Zenless too. I get on a free-to-play resource level, I get the balance of these being annoying. I get the balance of Mora being annoying for free-to-play accounts, right? It's free-to-play. Free-to-play players are only costing the company money. I understand that. I understand there needs to be some mechanics that incentivize people to spend some money. But I can just spend resin directly for these. I cannot spend resin directly to farm crystals. If I could spend resin directly to farm crystals, we're like, oh, I just need 2 more of these, and it took like 80 resin to get 2 more of these when I don't need any more of the boss drops, then it's fine. That is an alternative solution that isn't ideal. I'd rather they just remove these, but being able to just spend 80 resin and get like 40 resin, getting a couple of these guaranteed would solve the problem, right? Dude, I'm so broken. Zenless, yeah, I figured free-to-play players would be, I'm assuming. Or not even free-to-play players, just non-Battle Pass buyers. The only real reason I've been continuing to buy the Battle Pass is the Battle Pass in Zenless gives me the resources to more flexibly just be like, yeah, I can just level up a character when I feel like leveling it up. So, yeah. But also I think the more you level talents in ZZZ, it's very easy in Zenless to level talents that aren't actually super relevant to talent level highly. And then your more equivalent in Zenless goes in the toilet real quick, because in Zenless you have the equivalent of 5 different talents to level up, and it's also harder to get an intuitive grasp for which talents make sense to level up, although the in-game recommendation things are a little bit better than Genshin's at actually like telling you to level up things that are relevant. But how relevant certain talents are also changes depending on like the team and how exactly good you are at using the character. And the better you are at playing, I have found the more relevant it is to level certain talents. Like the more relevant it is to level up assist talents, even on characters that like the kit doesn't directly need assist talents. You still might want to level up the assist talent because of like defensive assist days value is relevant to min-max. So like on a min-maxing level, the resource situation in Zenless for the Mora equivalent is worse, but also the artifact farming situation is way less cringe. And like, there's way less reason to actually min-max builds in Zenless. I still do it because Genshin brain rot, I guess. But that you know, spending if you're not spending as much resources like doing the RNG equipment grind, you have more resources to just spend on the Mora equivalent. Like it's not like I think actually Zenless's balance is pretty good. It's just hard to, it might be just hard to find that balance for you. And yeah, and again, though, I'm a Battle Pass buyer, so it's not been that hard for me. Yeah. CZZ is easier to level up, max level is 60. I mean, max level being 60 doesn't matter. Like, 60 versus 90 doesn't matter. That 60 versus 90 doesn't matter. It matters how much of the resources do you need to get to 60. Because remember, the resource systems are tied to, like, the daily login system. Like, how many of the resin equivalent resources, and like this is the same thing like, oh, Zenless and Starrel have 240 resin versus this Genshin only has 180 resin per day. It matters what you can do in 1 day of time frame with what you get with that. Just being a bigger number doesn't actually matter. Like, the generation rate also inherently doesn't matter, because the generation rate again is just like, what can I actually do? If I have to spend more of this resource, if I have to spend more of like a total number of resin in general in Star Rail to level up a character versus Genshin, then having 240 per day versus 180 per day doesn't really matter. What actually matters is how many days of resources does it take to fully level X abilities on a character, right? So anyways, but yes, I understand your sentiment though. because I agree. I do think maxing out a character's level in Zenless is a lot easier. The difference is in Zenless characters have their core passes, which takes like quite a, like core passives, fully leveling them takes like 2 days. So as far as measuring by actual time, not by like total toilet paper being resin, trailblaze power, toilet paper, battery charge and Zenless, whatever, right? Total days is like Zenless's core passives takes, which doesn't have an equivalent in Genshin. The closest thing I could say to core passives is if there was a separate thing to level up specifically to get like characters' ascension stats, like character ascension stats, like Skirk's crit damage ascension doesn't come from whatever. Like it's like core passives in Zenless is like if you need to level up a separate thing to be able to get the passives unlock and the like crit damage ascension is kind of the idea. Where like these don't unlock unless you do the core passive. It's not quite the same because like it is unlocked at a baseline. Like the characters do function at a baseline. Leveling the core passive is more like leveling up stats. It's like if Skirk's passive, if you had to level up this passive, for example, for Skirk, but it started at like 50%. Or wait, 50% wouldn't make sense because that would be a damage downgrade. But you get the point, right? It's like if these numbers went up as you leveled them up, so this was another thing to level kind of thing, is what I'd describe it as. So that's like the nuance there, where like Zenless is like, it's easier to do the level 90 equivalent. It's easier to get them to level 90, but then they have a separate abilities you still need to level to. So like, I'd say like as far as days of resources for the resin equivalent spent grinding, it's relatively similar to Genshin to like max out a character for like level 90 equivalent, which is level 60, and then maxing out their core passive takes like, you know, a good like week-ish of farming, depending on what your current resource situation is, of course. Like it's not hard at all. It's very easy. Same as Genshin, like you just plan around it a little bit based on your current resources, and it's not that hard to level 90. Except for Genshin has the stupid Ascension Crystal problem, which muddles things a lot if you have the problem. Like my account is here. The complicated thing with Zenless is just the talent equivalent is really weird to figure out how much resources make sense to put into the talent equivalent. I've been playing Zenless long enough now that I like maxing out a couple of specific talents, but that puts so much more resource burden on leveling a new character than just the baseline leveling up. And it's the same in Genshin, to be clear. Maxing out these talents is a lot of resource burden. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I feel it's more relevant to max out the relevant talent abilities in Zenless compared to Genshin, where like outside of the characters you really like or really specific abilities like Farina Burst or Bennett Burst, you never really need to crown ever in Genshin outside of a min-max perspective for characters you really like. Whereas in Zenless, I feel it makes more sense to do that equivalent, but I don't know, but that's just a vibe. That's not a numbers thing I could break down for you. So the crown equivalent is Zenless? Yes, it is. The crown equivalent is called Hamster Cage for whatever reason, and I feel they should give out more of them because I didn't end up grabbing this Oculus brain. They should give out more of them because where's a Yoshi? Hello? How is there not a Yoshi nearby here? There's like 5 Yoshi. There it is. Title Nefer and Llama. Nice. I'll hit the movie meta again. I mean, we'll see. It really depends on. There's a good chance. I think so. I think what Alhaitham needs is not a lunar bloom. I think Alhaitham needs lunar quicken. And if they end up only doing lunar hydro reactions, well, it's down here, by the way. No, I didn't activate Seamoon Skirk. How rare are crowns? I mean, they give them out more than they give out crowns in Genshin, but at the same time, not enough, in my opinion. Like I have 5 of them right now, so I have enough in Zenless that I could fully max out one character if I want. Like if Orphe releases next patch and I want to max her out, I'll have enough to max her out. But like I don't have enough to be like liberal with how I use them if I wanted to like level up a random 4-star. If I wanted to min-max Billy, I suddenly was like, you know what? Billy seems fun. I want to max him out. I wouldn't be able to max him out and also max out a character releasing next patch right now. I could do like close to maxing out, but like you want to be conservative with using them, but also it feels more desirable to use them than in Genshin. So that's my vibe. Anyways, it's another Emily situation with the Nefer. I mean, we won't know until probably next week, for sure, but likely yes. For as far as if you're talking about Emily's situation versus Emily and Kaniche. This is an Emily and Kaniche situation specifically, probably with a Nefer and Flynn's, most likely. Does that mean you need them? No. You probably, you have to put it before, you probably don't need it. You probably do not need a Nefer. That doesn't mean she's not valuable. Doesn't mean, but, you know. There's also a possibility, again, with how strong they've been making main DPS units and how strong they've been making 5-star weapons, there is the possibility, so I mentioned before how, like, there's the possibility that Eon-san will be close to equivalent for a Nefer, for, like, support, for a supportive unit for the new Electro DPS, if he wants Electro Charge or Lunar Charge or whatever. There's a possibility. Not a guarantee, but a possibility. Like, Nefer's really strong, so that, like, you probably want... Nefer's probably part of his best team. But Eon-san might not be that much worse. It's possible that his best team might include both of them. It might be Eon-san, a Nefer, new dude, triple Electro, plus a Hydra unit. It might be that. I don't know. But also, there's a good chance it's not, because, you know, that there's no Hydra unit that gives Red Shred, right? There's no Electro unit that gives Red Shred, unless he gives himself Red Shred. Maybe he gives himself Red Shred. But, like, if he doesn't give himself Red Shred, then something like either Shalonen or an Animo unit, plus Eon-san, plus a Hydra unit, might be better, or very close to equivalent as a Nefer is for him. We don't know how his kit balance is. We don't know. We can't answer that question right now. And yeah, so it just depends. But I suspect how they're going to balance him is that, like, she'll probably be part of his best team, but, like, it'll be a relatively small margin. So I don't think a Nefer is that important necessarily. It's going to be that important. That's my guess, my intuition based on how we've seen them design characters. So if you like the man and feel like you might need the man, or you might need the robot girl as a maid for your man. So it's like, I shouldn't describe it that way, but, you know, that's the theming of the characters. It's a robot vacuum maid girl and a sexy dude to most people. There might be a context, like, it might make more sense, as my point is, to skip a Nefer and, like, get his signature weapon over getting a Nefer and him C0, right? It might be better to do that. It's very possible that the signature weapon on the main DPS could be more of a damage upgrade for the team. Come on. It could be more of a damage upgrade for the team than Nefer is for him. But it depends on his scaling and depends how good his weapon is, right?
A treasure buried in time.
Save for no Crescent Lolly, yeah. Alice will be Melt Pyro DPS, so she will sell. I mean, I don't know. We'll see what they do. If they just do Alice as, like, I swear, Alice better not just be... God. Imagine if they do another Pyro DPS that's just, like, better than Moika. Oh, good God. I so badly don't want just Moika too. Just please no. If you're gonna do a Melt DPS, design them better than Moika, please. Please. I don't know. I like Alice's design, but any Pyro DPS in my heart, again, like, my sentiment right now is, like, I'm much more inclined towards, like, investing into the characters I already like more. And, like, Arlecchino has really good constellations. And with how fun co-op is, and how Arlecchino kind of feels shit in co-op without C2, I'm very tempted to get C2 Arlecchino. I really like having a non-C2 Arlecchino on my main account, to be clear, because it makes Arlecchino feel different to play than my Arlecchino feels like on my polearm account. But at the same time, I like Arlecchino enough at this point that, like, it would be a consideration to me to try to make Arlecchino stronger and pull her constellations rather than pulling the new Pyro DPS, right? That's my current vibe because of how much I like Arlecchino. But I like Alice, to be clear. You know, I still have the tier list open. Anyone that didn't see it, I ranked her S. I ranked her S. But like, if she's just a melt DPS, and doesn't have something else that's really interesting in like the nuance of her teams or her gameplay that feels different, or I don't like, if I really love animations, you know, whatever. Like, there's a good chance I still really like her. I like her design. I'm already biased towards liking her, but I don't know, right? DP at Pyro DPSs is competing with existing Pyro DPSs to me, and I have an existing Pyro DPS, get out of the plant, that I already really like. So, like, she has to be at least as good as Arlecchino is to me right now. And like, Mawika for main DPSing a Pyro DPS was not as fun as Arlecchino is to me for team options and for gameplay. I enjoy playing Arlecchino main DPS more than Mawika main DPS. Of course. I can use you. Wait, no, there's no fruit around. Cannot use you. Okay, I'll just use a Pyro unit. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Alice's kit is like. I'd be down with her being support too, but I don't know. It's probably going to be power creep regardless. Where's Amber? Actually, we can use you. Here. We'll let Luke have like 2 seconds of screen time. Bap. 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 Wow.
I suppose this will do.
Goodbye. Arlecchino and Alice gonna rule Pyro? Maybe. We'll see. I have a prediction, by the way. If we do indeed get a 5-star Pyro off-fielder, just in general, that's really strong. Wait, did I say Pyro? Maybe not. I don't know. Sorry, I was going to say that Arlecchino Shivers teams might become better than Arlecchino Melt teams. Like C0 characters. But that doesn't exactly... it would kind of have to be an off-field Electro. That's really, really strong. And that might not happen. I don't know. Never mind. I mean, to be clear, if Durin is Bennett plus Xiangling in one, then yes. If Durin is Bennett plus Xiangling in one, then Bennett plus Xiangling... Then Durin plus Arlecchino plus Chevrus plus... most like, I mean, you might be able to make Eonson work. I've shown it before where you can, like, Arlecchino's flexibly be swapped out. You can, like, swap back to Eonson, do an Electro hit, swap back to Arlecchino, right? It's a little clunky, but you can do it. But probably an off-field Electro, like Visual, whatever. And Nefer, honestly, probably similar. So, I don't know. Durin is not power creeping Bennett? I hope not. I hope not. If it is true, though, Arlecchino Chevrus might become better than Arlecchino Melt. And that I don't think would be healthy for the game. Chevrus teams are good enough. I don't think it would make sense for Chevrus teams for Arlecchino to become better than Melt Arlecchino. And that is like, yeah, that is an example of why I would hope they don't do that. Even though I said last year to some extent where I wanted a fusion of Bennett and Arlecchino, or Bennett and Xiangling in one kit. Bennett and Xiangling in one kit is fine if, you know, they buff much less than Bennett does, right? If they're gonna do Bennett plus Xiangling together, less buffing than Bennett, but like similar damage to Xiangling, that's fine, I think. Still maybe problematic at some levels, but you know. Oh, I didn't get rid of the dude. Oops. Get rid of ugly dude, bring in pretty boy dude.
May knowledge.
Here we go. I'm just saying Diluc is ugly because I know it annoys people. I actually have no opinion on Diluc's looks. Diluc is in C tier here for me. Meh. Meh. Deluxe skin is... Where's Deluxe skin on this scale? Deluxe skin is probably A. Anyways. Wow, some furniture. How exciting. Okay. I still don't have a wish. Did I claim my dailies? Yes. Okay. Well, surely I can get a wish. And surely it'll give me an early 4-star.
Time to act.
I guess we could do the event. I didn't think of that. Nefer. Is it Nefer or Never? Have we gotten confirmation of pronunciation? Was her name said in the thing and I just mind derped on it?
Time to act.
Okay, let's go to somewhere where I know is gonna have more. 35%. Okay, it should take us 2 seconds to find chests here. But anyway, I wouldn't say I am particularly down bad for Nefer, but she looks. I like her design.
Body and mind.
I like her design a lot. It was said at the start? Okay, so it's Nefer. It is not Nefer. Good, if so. 'Cause I like Nefer as a name much more than Nefer.
Don't be scared. The night is cold.
What? Oh, you're not dead yet. Couldn't see.
A treasure buried in time.
Wow. Wait, there's another chest up there. Frick. Okay. Well, guess we might have to teleport back up. Yeah, don't see anything else. Okay. Wait, is that a pressure chest? It is. What do I have to do for this one? Have I gotten the Ringle Dingles here? I don't think I have. I assume not, with 35%. I don't remember which color the ones are for this region, but I'm gonna place a bet now. I'm gonna get one here. Still down bad for a Nefer. That's good. I'm glad. Like, what is the poll at? I gotta do this. I'm glad. Last I looked at the poll, at least we can check in a second. That the poll was at like 20% for a Nefer. Again, I don't dislike a Nefer. I like how she's balanced overall. She feels, for the current state of the game, she feels like a well-balanced character. She does not feel like a super need to pull, and does not, but also feels like a valuable pull. That's a good balance. From a context of, you know, last year Genshin, she's ridiculously overpowered. But we don't live in last year Genshin, we live in this year Genshin. What air is the casual account? 58. I will not skip her like I did Emily. The difference with her and Emily for me, because you know, I like Emily a lot. Didn't mean to talk to you, but did I get a Ringle Ding? No, rip, dang it. The difference with her and Emily is that Dendro is more interesting on a mechanical level to me than an off-field Electro. Like, her being an off-field Electro doesn't enable anything new at a baseline. Other than, you know, again, potentially the auras work differently and that might result in something interesting. So, wait, I have a wish now. God dang it. Okay. You know what? I feel like we, like, I can maybe go finish the Abyss. Maybe. Also, I haven't done theater. Okay. Actually, let's go do theater. Went fishing, caught nothing. Yep. But the lunar experience, well, the 4-star will theoretically enable the lunar experience. And will probably show how bad the lunar experience is. And that's what I'd prefer. Right. I'm glad at least an enabler for it should exist to show that, yeah, it's actually not that good. Yeah, I don't know. Dendro is more interesting mechanically for me for enabling other things, and that's why Emily was more interesting. And the burning reaction itself versus electric charge is not that interesting. Wow, I am 1 carat away from being able to do Visionary on this account. Huh. Okay. I've never done Visionary on this account, I don't think. I never activated your C3. People will blame Ino and not Lunar. Yep. They will indeed. Why did I go there? Okay, we probably want you equipped. At least. I think it. Nobody is close enough. Nope. Wait, was Cryo here? Wait, I don't have any resin anymore. Wait, why am I asking myself this? Hard. Yep, use those characters. Lanyon. Supporting cast. Oh boy. Who do I choose? Wait, is Sylveon C6 Skirk here? That'd be funny. What? Oh. I forgot there's a freaking limit. Oh my god. That's so stupid. I forgot there's a limit to how many times people's things can be used. Lol. Gone day 1. That's so funny. Because, like, the reason it's funny to me is because obviously it's, like, the difference between a C6 Skirk and a C0 Skirk in theater is nothing. it's like literally nothing. Anyways, I should choose a character I don't have. Weakers. Wait, really? Yes, because theater is once you have the characters to try a mode, you clear it. Like, I'm sorry, it's not. It's like there was a C6 Moika there. Oh, was there? My bad. I don't feel like going back out. Sorry, Zab. Like there's just nothing. There's just nothing like that's required other than understanding how like the buffs work and basic team configuration around those buffs. And like the early chambers can be kind of difficult. It can be kind of difficult to star, but like clearing it all just for primogens like we're doing here is not hard. It's trivial. So, anyways, any leaks on Alice? No, there's no information on Alice. We have no real information about them. Than Lauma is Lunar Bloom, and Flynn's is Electro DPS, and Ino is Free Hydro 4-star. That's basically all we got. That's real information. Wait, did I not choose? Whoops, whatever. It's fine. Risley, let's see. Ruin guards, huh? Let's try some linear action. This is gonna level up his normal attack talent. Where child is best. A normal attack talent. Here, we'll burst at least. Bam. Look at that. Of course he doesn't have enough energy. Yeah. We got Childbirth Pass. Wing. Yeah. Why does Lenny do no damage? Alright. Next IT, what is the next IT rotation? We should know, I just don't know what it is. You know, Shevers is probably not the most relevant here, which is Muika. Even though I don't want to use her right now. It doesn't matter. I'll just use her wherever it's relevant. This is kind of garbage. Okay. One random, alternate, special guest. What is special guest? Special guest is the... whatever. We'll just do alternate cast. Yeah. It's more random. Yanfei, I don't think she's equipped. Oh well. She can still be usable if we go around the buffs. Benarito. Okay, sure. I kind of want the buffs at this point, but... probably Arlecchino.
An insurmountable
Melt.
problem, I presume.
Okay, get a melt buff. Level 2 melt buff, maybe, but I kind of like to get the other buffs. So that will give me more options. What do we need for... Okay, we need Pyro. Pyro here, say like Xingqiu or something here. And then we need Cryo there, so, okay. These enemies that just... These are the one, no, these are not the ones that die from whatever. We could try to use Child here, I guess. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, sure. Need a Xingqiu? Yeah, I have a Xingqiu. It's not right now. Alright, how about you? You. No, I don't know how to use Child, and it's fine. Is he getting 14,000 on a forward vape? That's so bad. Risley is better than Child. Okay. Risley is better than forward vape Child. How? I mean, we're talking trial builds, I understand, but, you know. Child can't crit, apparently. Explain C1s at Lolly. What teams will it make a difference? The difference it will make perceptually be higher the worst character you're using. Like it will uplift Arlecchino more than it will uplift Muika. Because it's a flat bonus. You're just adding additional multipliers onto the character's multipliers. So Muika's burst is already an omega gigantic multiplier. So like C1 Sitlali for Muika's initial burst hit doesn't do much. But C1 Sitlali for all of Muika's follow-up motorcycle hits does actually a decent amount. Like C1 Sitlali is still pretty good for Muika. It adds like 200k DPS in a rotation. And that's like generally pretty consistent. It's like C1 Sitlali will add like 200 to 300k DPS depending on different teams. But how perceptual that additional gain will be higher or lower depending on what units you're using. So, oh yeah, I guess Risley did have the melt buff, by the way. So I guess that helped him. So, to be fair. Anywho's. Yeah, that's where that's at. So C1's at Lolly is universally good. Like, with any kind of crit DPS. It's worth mentioning, though, I suppose, that if this becomes more of a common thing, like where Nefer, like lunar charge damage doesn't scale on damage bonus, but flat buffs do like damage bonus. So, you know, a flat, if you're playing on-field Nefer, C1 Sitlali is a little bit worse for on-field Nefer kind of thing. Not useless, but still a little bit worse. So I don't know. C1 Sitlali makes Sitlali just almost always better than Shenhe in my experience and testing, unfortunately. I have found, I can't even remember off the top of my head a context where Shenhe was like definitely better. I like playing Shenhe, for example, with Sunfire Skirkum more than Sitlali, but C1 Sitlali is better. So, anyways, do we need more characters? We get Pyro Traveler. We can use Yanfei here, I think, to get through the shield. What do we do? Yanfei. We do like Yanfei, Risley, Linny. We can get away with that, maybe. Yanfei, Risley, Linny, Rosaria, maybe. Let's try to do it with the characters we have. You.
Disappear.
Well, I forgot I don't have any off-field pyro, so this was a bad idea. I could use Xiangling, but I mean, Lenny could work. Yeah, this is my casual EU account. Oh, Let's see, what do I do for Lenny? I don't want to use Bennett here. That seems like a bad idea. Xiangling isn't ideal. Risley could be useful for next chambers. I don't know. I'm also fine with using him here, but it's an enemy that doesn't really work properly with it. I don't know. Alright, let's try this.
You can't run.
Missed. God damn it. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Stop! Let me use my abilities. It's kind of cooked without Bennett, I think. Sorry. Just wanted to see what you did. Ow, fuck you. Okay, that's not gonna do it. I think I might just have to use Bennett. I'd rather use Bennett here, and then... Well, maybe I just do use Mawika. Maybe I just use Mawika and trivialize it. I don't have a Natline character, though. This is not a C1 Mawika, I don't think. Why is there no maybe option in the freaking poll? I mean, sorry. It's just meant to be a simple vibe poll. And there's actual downsides to diluting the poll because you don't get real information. If you put maybe, 90% of people answer maybe, what is that poll then at that point? That's useless information. So, like, yes, trying to make binaries is flawed in its own way, but we also don't get any meaningful information if 50% of people say maybe, even if that's a fair answer. I want the people to say maybe to be the people that just don't answer the poll. The best thing to do would be running 2 polls, but I can't do 2 polls at once. Anyways, like, it's unfortunate. I think like Rosaria is Risley valuable to keep? Maybe. Wow. Yeah. I'll let me do this. Oh crap, I didn't have Muika's E going. Uh-oh. Well, no star for me. Should I try a star it? I don't think I care. Definitely a skill issue on my part. Obviously that could have starred. I just don't care about the stars. Lanyan, she should have Eevee on her. I don't know if she has TDDS for sure, because that might have gotten shit around. So she might be better as a choice here. I think I'm gonna choose Lanyan. I think she's a better choice. Although, well, Power Traveler enables like that buffs and whatever, so. Okay, Hydra unit. I do need a Hydra unit for the next boss. Well, specifically I need St. Joe. So, you know what, let's choose Hydra. Barbara actually works too, I think, now that I think about it, but... sure. We choose Skirk.
I'll only demonstrate this once.
Mystery Cache Rare. Gamba. Wow. Spent 40, gained 20. Let's go. Okay. Defense sequence next, so we fought our characters. What is the reactions we're likely to use for the thing? I don't know. Oh, the dragon's gonna be really annoying. I guess we can try to do Skirk against the dragon. But I use Rosaria. I need more Hydros and Cryos to use Skirkin properly. Well, maybe I won't have to. I don't know. The damage might be fine with whatever. Okay, let's just do the defense. Thought you'd refuse to use Muika's burst. I'm playing Theater on my casual account. There's a difference between different accounts. I don't, and also I'm not like fully boycotting Muika's burst. I literally used Muika's burst in a recent video because the enemy mechanic. What the frick do I do? What the frick do I do when I'm playing Clorinda Overburn, and the enemy just has a mechanic where you just have to build pyro on it? Like, there's no reason for me to not use Muika's burst there. Like, it's not like I'm getting damage from Muika. I just need Muika's burst for pyro application. Like, I don't use Muika's burst on the principle of it. I dislike the idea of rotating a team around Muika's burst when I'm using Muika mostly for off-field pyro. I would rather use her as an E-bot, especially because I have C1 Muika. Like, this isn't something like I haven't made a video being like, I'm never using Muika's burst. So I don't know. It's just funny because like I'm simultaneously seeing people that like are like, oh, well, Saluda is using Muika's burst. It's crazy. And then also people that like still get annoyed at me for not using Muika's burst. It's like, it's fine. I'm usually not using her burst, but I'm literally playing a Theater on a different account where I'm just trying to get Primogems. How does her burst help her off-field skill last longer? It pauses. Also, for doing pyro against the dragon toilet, you can do more instances of pyro faster than waiting on her skill every 2 seconds. You do every 2 seconds from her skill. Her skill's pyro for building up the pyro dragon is not very fast. So on building Muika will build the pyro meter a lot higher at a baseline just from doing the motorcycle hits. But also her burst pauses her night soul consumption for 7 seconds, and then it can resume after that. So you can get a lot longer duration to be able to do that. Yes, I call it the dragon toilet because it's a toilet. So anyways, and if I had a C0 Muika, I'd probably use Muika's burst a lot more on my main account. I'm not going to make a video about Muika saying I'm never going to use her burst, because I don't think it makes sense to literally never use her burst. Particularly from a perspective of sometimes people want me to, like, I don't know, showcase something on a damage level. Anyways, this is we fought our characters level. I don't want to fodder Risley, but I think we have to fodder Risley. Frick. We have to fodder. Ah, frick me. Actually, frick me. All these characters are relevant, other than Yanfei. Man, this is why Theater feels like shit. It's just not satisfying. Because you like get forced to use characters you don't want to have to use. Frick. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah. Yeah, I don't use my Moika Burst usually when I don't enjoy using the Moika Burst. But if it's a team that like makes sense to use the Moika Burst because like it makes a difference for my ability to clear the game, like yeah. And I didn't even have to clear in the Emily video. I didn't have to. It's just like the gameplay is stupid in that context against that specific enemy if I don't use Moika's Burst. Like it's just downright stupid, and it's not beneficial on a damage level to even use her burst there. So like there's just no reason not to. So, anyways, save for pyro infused enemies later. I like in favor of what? Using Arlecchino and Moika here. I'm fine with using Lanyan. I think I kind of have to. I think Xiangling. I think honestly, do I just use Xiangling up here? I don't know if that's smart, because like Xiangling just off-field pyro enables reactions and that triggers a bunch of damage with the buffs going on and whatever. But, like Xiangling's going to be useless here and useless here. So Xiangling's only useful in the middle things anyways, which means either this chamber, well, she's not useful here, but she's only useful here or here. So like, I'm overthinking this, is I guess the point. I don't want to use St. Joe. Bennett is maybe fine to use. I don't know. Let's just use Xiangling. We'll attack them, because why not? I don't know. Do I have C4 Yanbei? I don't think I do. Nope. Doesn't matter. I have a shielder anyway, so just curious. It popped in my head at the time. Yes, I know it's better not to kill them. I can just whack on them for 10 years, but I also don't think it'll matter if I kill them, so may as well kill them. Also may as well not die myself. What weapon does he have? Solar Burrow? Okay, sure. Yeah, we only need one use of Xingqiu, but for convenience sake, it would also be kind of nice to save him for Skirk against the Cryo Automaton. Particularly if I don't manage to get other cryos and hydros. Oh, the timer goes down when you kill him? All the more reason. I didn't even know that. That's funny. Bro, can you crit? Wow. Yeah, 30 seconds. How did I never notice that before? If I kill stuff too fast? I mean, on my main account, well no, not my main. On polearms only, I oftentimes will just bring a fodder character in. Like I still bring a polearm character, but I like on occasion I have like fought these on polearms only, and I brought a character that can deal damage to it. But then I just like take it super slow anyways. And I don't know. It's just actually it's kind of surprising. I didn't realize. But yes, I never killed him indeed. Well, I killed him on my main account where I killed him too fast, or I never killed him at all. But I'll remember that for the future, hopefully. To speed up things slightly. We got a star. Kaya, yes. Kaya might be more desirable right now. Oh, okay. What are the? At this point, we have 4 left, so we can plan on like Skirk, Xingqiu, Kaya. Hopefully like Layla as like the option for the next boss and the last boss, and then we have Arlecchino, Bennett, Moika, Lanyan. So we have Arlecchino for 2 potentially. We have Moika still for something, so we can do some mono pyro basically, which is not going to get any of the reaction buffs. We need like Barbara or something to actually care about the reaction buffs right now. So I don't know. I'm gonna choose this because I would like to get Layla. Hey, thank you.
I vacation.
Well,
you remember too.
Is she saying we're putting her to work, or that this is her vacation? Will Nilu make a comeback? I mean, Nilu or Kaveh plus Llama could be very interesting from a perspective of if it's relevant to build crit on them, most likely. But that's also a pain, and also secondarily, it might just be like a Nefer, where the actual damage from Bloom doesn't go up that much, functionally, but Llama is doing a ton of damage herself. It might be exactly like a Nefer, but Bloom edition. And if that's the case, that's less interesting to me. But if it is actually increased in the Bloom damage meaningfully, and Llama is more of a support rather than a DPS, then I'm very down, right? That's what I want from her. We can just Moika Bennett. Moika Bennett, Lonyon. We need another character, actually. Hey, we got Barbara.
Wish me luck.
Alright. Your hybrid EM Raiden build work with the Nefer? It doesn't really. I mean, I think I don't know. Like, I'm gonna test hybrid. I have a hybrid Raiden on my Polearm account, so I can test hybrid Raiden on my Polearm account. The only awkward thing about the Polearm account is I might have to try to power down Raiden to get the experience of like a non-C2 Raiden, or non-C3 Raiden. That is, because the additional damage gain from C2 and whatever, but it will skew things, skew the perception of doing different things. C2 Raiden, to be clear, should skew towards doing normal Raiden, not hybrid Raiden. But hybrid Raiden might be better than a normal Raiden build with a Nefer, but not like crazily so. I don't think. Like, I think it's going to be a wash. I think normal Raiden versus hybrid Raiden with a Nefer is going to be very similar. If that's the case, every Dendro gets a quicken build. Yeah. I think that'd be fine. I want that. I mean, I guess we can use Arlecchino. Why not? Save Lonyon. No. I didn't mean to do that. Get rid of the pyro. No. I think we're going to use Moika as an Arlecchino support here. Do this. I think YouTube is having a problem. I don't know if you guys can even hear me. I think that's a YouTube problem because I don't have anything on my end, but let me... it's back? Okay. It went pink and glitchy? Okay. Yeah, I didn't see any errors on my end. I didn't notice anything. Actually, wait, no, I lied. It says there's some drop frames suddenly, but it's back. I just didn't notice it because it was very brief. Okay. It's fine now, though? Okay, cool. Why did I do that? No, I just lost all of my bond. No. I had like full bond too. And Bennett seems overkill. I don't need... I'm fine at this point, though. I agree that it's overkill, but I don't... I wanted to save the Skirk teams for the two bosses that are annoying and not very good with Pyro. So I may as well use these units here. That's all it was. Anyways, hey, we can finally get a freeze buff. How exciting. Will it matter? Probably not. The glitch looked really cool. Do it again. Okay. I'll tell my internet to do it again. No, we should do you. Do we? I think we have to do this first, right? How do you get it to target him?
Body and mind.
Okay. See, I haven't used St. Joe. I strongly feel that Candace is easier and more sensible to use, at least with C6. Well, no, C6 isn't that necessary, but St. Joe is more annoying. That's all. Like, why can't I get it to target him? I know there's a way to get it to target him in the air. I guess I can probably just wait until... I can probably just wait until he's down on the ground like this. Bro, come over here. I'm waiting until I get this because if I don't, I'll have way too low up on whatever. If you only have a catalyst, no, you can definitely do it. I know St. Joe can target him in the air, but it's not that big a deal. We don't need it. Nobody wants a Nefer. I mean, again, I didn't put a maybe option because I didn't want to. I don't think it made sense to. It doesn't matter at this point, but 2 rerolls, random character back. Who? Lenny. Sure, I'll try to use Lenny. I can try. I'll try. I don't think it's gonna work well. I have Bennett. I have Lonyan. I have Pyro Traveler. That's not gonna be very good, but I'll try it. I'll try Lenny. I'll try Lenny for the next chamber. And I don't think the buffs really matter for Lenny, but Cryo res reduced, probably better. Alright. Normal or hard? Can Lenny handle a hard challenge? No, that's the anti-shield enemies. We're not doing that. Lenny wants a shield. %. I don't know. It's necessarily. I mean, yes, 18% of viewers, I guess, are leaning towards yes. There are people that are undecided about a Nefer, right? And particularly if you want Flynn's, I think that's the main thing that's like on the fence about for a Nefer. Otherwise, I think you can lean towards no. But it's not surprising. This is typical every time there's a character release, the big patch, right? So this is the bad one. I mean, my only other choice is rerolling, I guess. So I don't know. Anyways, we're giving Lenny a oh. We're not giving Lenny a shot. Not my fault. Not my fault. I forgot that they give you the vigor back, but they don't actually let you. Yeah, okay. Lame. I wanted to use them. Not my choice. I really don't. Okay, I really want you to die. Let's see. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh. Let's see. Bap. Well, this is annoying. Couldn't do a normal setup, that's fine. This. Okay, now we can put it down. Imagine if Calamity of Eshu existed for Arlecchino. Oh. To be clear, White Tassel is pretty good on her, but a higher base attack weapon would be pretty good. I mean, now we get Lenny. Okay. Look, for the meme of it, I'll use Lenny against the Cryo Automaton. It's not going to work. Well, I don't know. I'll buy the melt buffs, why not? We can try to do melt Linny. I don't think I'll need the freeze buff. Wow, we got flowers. We got maximum melt damage. It's the best Linny can possibly be. Crit damage increase? Or res? Probably res. Companions? Don't need that. Well, let's refresh. Nope, okay. Alright. Skirk burst playstyle. Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that, but let's see. Layla, yes. Kaya, yeah, I guess, yeah, this is it. We'll see. We shall see. I don't know, let's start with Kaya, then we do... I think with Kaya, then we let Linny burst, or Linny EQ before it gets into its phase. And then we, Skirk burst. I waited too long. Whoops. Oop, wrong guy. Oop. $73K. No, I don't have enough because we're not. Oh yeah, duh. We're melting. We're not getting a mirror generation. Didn't mean to do that. He's so close. Not really. Could Linny do it here with much better gameplay? Honestly, potentially yes. Potentially. He's not that far away. He's not that far away. Oops. Boop. I wonder if Barbara is better here. Then, no. Xingqiu has a sword. That will help get Kaya's energy back. I don't think Kaya has proper equipment, in case it's not been obvious, but that's fine. He mostly just needs to press his E. Cool. Wow, terrible. Oh, we got it back anyways. God dang it, really? Okay, Xingqiu got the kill. Nice. Imagine they do her in a 4-star. Yeah. Maybe that's why they think he is Bennett and Changling in 1. Yep. Let's leave. Yes, this is the casual account. Who got the most damage? I bet... Well, it had to be Skirk at the end there because of all the buffs and whatever. I was going to say Linny for a second, but I don't think it was. I was Muik. Yeah, never mind. I forgot we had Muik at a point. Never mind. Hey, wow, we only missed 1 star. Cool. What was the one we missed a star on? It was one I know we could have gotten it on, but anyways. Claim. Yay. Look at that. Claim. How exciting. Alrighty. Now we get a 4-star. Or 2 4-stars. The dream would be doing 2 wishes here and getting 2 Eon Suns. Hello? I mean, it's acceptable. I accept that. That's C4 Xiangling. We've gotten all the Xianglings from this. We've gotten 3 Xianglings from this banner and no Eon Suns. But, like, it's a lot better than Xiangling. Or it's a lot better than Yao Yao, and now I don't need to be concerned about, like, do I try to get enough wishes before the end of the month? Especially when I need to, like, try to prepare for moving at on the 1st. So now I don't have to worry about that. Sick. We have a C4 Xiangling. We have a real Xiangling now. But I'm still stuck with C0 Eons on. That kind of sucks. If this is Eons on? No. Okay. So I'm gonna say if that's Eons on, I'll continue farming. I don't know. I might continue doing wishing until we get another 4-star. The problem is, like, even if it is an Eons on, that's C1 Eons on, which will, like, address her energy issue problem, but, like, it's not the end all be all, right? So I'm probably just gonna sit lollies in first half, right? So I'm probably just gonna hold off, and we'll come back to wishing on this account, I think, after sit lollies here. It's an overall good result for sure, even if it isn't my exact ideal. It was a good one for the amount of wishes I've spent in the banner, right? And which is not very high. So yeah, that's cool. I'll go condense this resin because I don't know what I want to spend it on. So, yep. Almost pulled 100 times, didn't get a single Xiangling copy. Had to buy her. Oof. Oof. So yeah, that's a win. We take wins. Alright, let's go to the main account. Do some Sunfire to end the stream. Turtle. I am happy with that end result, even if I want more copies of Eons on. Whelmed, but happy. Happy whelmed? What's the word for happy whelming? Mid-whelmed? I don't know. It was a dream, and dreams don't always come true. Exactly. And if Silali was second half, I think I'd be a little bit more motivated. Because, like, I'd have a lot more time to potentially get enough wishes for Silali on the account. But I don't have that much time. I have approximately 4 weeks. And if we don't win a 50-50, which I really would like to. We lost a 50-50 on Silali originally. Surely the game doesn't make me lose another 50-50 on Silali's banner. Right. Right. Frog? That was not a frog. That was a snapping turtle. I hope in real life you can recognize the difference, because in real life, if you try to, like, pick up a frog versus picking up a snapping turtle, you may experience very different results. Anyways. Yeah, exactly. More time to procrastinate. So, oh wait, I said we were going to do Stygian Onslaught. Whatever, we'll do a... Why not? I haven't tried... Did I? No, I think I did. Did I? I don't remember. I don't know. We're doing it. We're going to do Sunfire Skirt with Shanna. Obviously the buff here will buff her meaningfully too. The Stygian does not have a stupid buff like this, so it's part of what makes it harder. Gene. Bop. Alright. Do it like that, and I don't really feel like thinking about the second side that much, so let's do this. Bop. Wait, do we do... I haven't tried DPS Eon, or DPS Lanyon on the second side, have I? No, I think I did. So did I do DPS Lanyon? Oh, wait, we don't have Bennett for DPS Lanyon. Never mind, never mind. Never mind. Sunflower Skirk? Sunfire, yes. But Sunflower is a good word for it too, honestly. I mean, I'm not pulling for a Seat Lolly on my main account, but yes, was foreshadowing Seat Lolly pulls on the casual account for sure. Like that. I should have waited. Maybe did that. Wait, we don't have... Oh, we took out... Oh, the charge attack screws things up. Crap. Forgot about that.
My will embodied by ordinance Wind, hear me. I'm going in.
Mine to wield.
Why? Want Miko in the first slot? I usually do Miko in the second slot, but it doesn't matter.
Right here. Quick as a flash. On march. Hands where I can see 'em.
I was hoping to get those grouped up a little bit better than that, but well.
Right now. Lots off.
Yeah, preferably would have killed those. Both same burst, but oh well.
Emerge. Right here. Controlled breathing. Start. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Stop right there. Drop your weapons.
Yeah.
Let's get it on.
Over here.
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
I didn't get scroll, whatever, not that big a deal.
I've always watched you. Right now. Emerge. Right here. You're dead meat.
No, I did a bunch of players with this Abyss. You do not need Skirk with this Abyss.
Step aside. Stop right there. Emerge. Right here.
We'll use this to finish you off.
Emerge. Right here.
Still crazy. Clear time still crazy. That's 15 seconds worse than the Skirk in her premium team. Yep, I mean that's just Abyss for you. Abyss just so very does not need the strongest teams in the game. The difference between the super uber mega investment and something as silly as Sunfire Skirk is not that high.
Transfiguration.
And that's what makes Abyss more enjoyable, to be clear. Even as Abyss has become a lot harder, it's still a lot more flexible. And I want it to stay that way. You didn't crit on your N5. You have 90% crit rate. And you're outside of the circle. I mean, yeah, we're gonna see some circle impact problems here, that's fine. I should be remembering to go with you. Okay, do this.
Your master's bidding.
Yeah, this chamber is probably a lot slower than your team, Sylveon, because circle impact problems are definitely present here. With enemies that are spawning in different spots. I got one pyro application on it. Oh, I got 2 melts on it. Wham! Crazy. We'll just save energy for the next chamber. Oh, god damn. Okay.
Manifest.
Obviously, I could go this faster, but I just wanted to make sure I had all my abilities up for the next chamber. Oh, I could have tried to get full burst Skirk too. That actually might have been... I could have done full burst charge up, right? And then I could have bursted on Skirk maybe to wipe out a Wayob quicker to min-max, but oh well. I'm not going to redo.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
You asked for it. Final warning. Lots off.
I need to target the other thing. Oops. Oh well. Who cares? Not me.
Right here. Emerge.
Pound it to the ground!
Right here. Right now.
That is.
Right here.
Let's see. Do this. Oh, I was trying to get Dia burst. I hesitated too much
Right now.
when figuring out what I wanted to do. Oh well. Should be fine, I think. It's gonna be a little close here. Ah, frick. Okay, well, whatever. Terrible gameplay. Who needs energy, though? Not me.
Right now.
It would have been nice to have energy, I'll tell you that, but... But it's not me.
Emerge.
Next Stygian Onslaught is trying to avoid cryo. No. I think Skirk freeze teams, like, the two options that are going to be the most compelling against the Electro Turtle is probably going to be Skirk freeze and Wulani. The Electro Turtle is going to be just awkward in general, but yeah, mostly because you want to be able to freeze the turtle. So double Hydro teams, I think also for that reason are going to become a little bit better for Skirk against the turtle, compared to like triple cryo teams being better in the automaton. Skill damage. Wow. Oh, brain. Yeah, Electro one should be really easy to deal with. The this team should destroy the Electro shield extremely quickly. Can we get our setup? Frick. I forgot Jean and her awkward arse. Okay, wait. No, we can figure this out. Normally I would Bennett after, but I think I can Bennett first. I should be able to solve this. So do this. Frick, I wrote it wrong. Okay. Gotta Shenhe burst. We're gonna wait to do our hold skill. Then we're gonna Bennett. We're probably not gonna get BB, and that's fine. Yes, got it. Okay, alright, we got it.
Take your true form.
Aw, I didn't want to rotate though, yeah. Because we didn't get a mirror. Which makes sense. Oh well.
Your master's bidding. Everybody stand back.
Alright, good. They're having a party. Alright. How fast we got through that shield. So close. So close to 2 rotations. So close. It's really funny how fast that destroys that shield. Hold skill and tap skill for Shenhe. So hold skill gives normal attack damage bonus. Also gives more quills. The main reason to use the hold skill, so you know, being that Skirk is doing normal attack damage, you want to do the hold skill there, and also you get more quills for that reason. And more importantly, though, you can't swap to Shenhe mid rotation to do a second E. If you can do 2 tappies per rotation with Shenhe, that's how you actually make the most out of Shenhe's kit and make Shenhe a lot better. So like Shenhe in Ayaka teams, you always want to be doing 2 E's per rotation. Shenhe on like my Polar Only account where I'm playing with Rosaria, always want to do 2 tappies. Hold E is never worthwhile. So, C1 tap, Q, hold. Okay, but you're wasting stacks. Sylveon, I hope you knew that with C1, if you do E and then Q and then hold E, if you don't have any off-field cryo going, all you did was just waste 5 stacks of the quill buff. You have C6 Eons on? Nice. Well, oh yeah, you have C6 Shenhe. Oh yeah, okay, but you said C1. You said C1. You can't be like, aha, gotcha, not for my Skirk. You can't be like, gotcha, not from my Skirk when you said C1 in your original message. Oh, that's not gonna have Pyro on it. Shoot. That's unfortunate. Ow. I didn't funnel to Dia either. Whoopsies. Bad gameplay. Crap. I don't know. Oh well. We're gonna hit all the things? Yeah, we did. Okay.
Right here. Right now. Right here. Quick as a flash. Justice will prevail. A sight to behold. Right now. Right here.
Don't forget to funnel again. Yeah. You stop with your frickin' spinning.
Emerge right here. Nothing lasts forever.
Let's see how it works in Stygian. I think difficulty 4 shouldn't be a problem, but anyways. Wakana Skirk, she's C0. Fine. Oh wait, you're talking about Sylveon, sorry. One shot the boss with Skirk. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the Sylveon has C6 Skirk, so anyways. But yeah, both of them are 2 C6s. Favorite C1 combo, even pre-C6 can't swap off, and I get the most quills second. Oh, sure. That yeah. No, I for with Skirk, yes. Yeah, sorry. Skirk and C1, yes, you may as well do. Well, no. Well, I guess I don't know if you're doing long rotations. If you're doing long rotations, it's just that you're not doing E, Q, hold E every single rotation because that's 25 seconds of total skill cooldown, right? So either you're doing long rotations or the follow-up rotations you're only getting one hold E anyways, and that's fine. The reason I'm saying this is like anyone watching should understand that C1 Skirk does basically nothing. Or sorry, C1, but that was a slip up. C1 Shenhe does basically nothing for Skirk. This is the wrong area. Yes, it is C3D. Switch sides for funsies? Yeah, I can probably do that. Let's do this quick. So I want to demonstrate, I think, like, difficulty 4 is doable, and I think the damage I have maybe is doable for difficulty 5 for Sunfire Skirk, but it's not actually doable because of the fact that you need more cryo application to keep this bar down. And it's still awkward either way. Benny boy. Can I fix your account? I am AR55. Not at this exact moment, but I plan to do account fixing live streams more soon. DM, probably, hopefully. And yeah, I also remembered, yes, the no energy star here kind of absolute things. What do I do actually for the no energy star here? I think I just whack on Skirk until I get energy and then do a real start. Probably. What? Do you not get energy against this? Do you not get energy against the difficulty 4 mode? Ugh. Why are the mechanics completely different between difficulty 4 and difficulty 5?
Transfiguration. Let's light it up.
Waiting because I need energy, so okay. Now we'll do it. Don't kill me. Oh, I'm bungling. It's fine. The freaking no energy start. Yeah, this is one of those teams that like technically can work, but the no energy start screws it over really annoyingly. Yeah, and then yeah. Bruh, trigger fast, please. I didn't get a Cryos Whirl because, yep, it's cooked. It's cooked. Too cooked. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. Could I optimize this down? No, the no energy start cooks this team. That's what I forgot. That's what I forgot. So yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Like the no energy start simultaneously doesn't matter a lot of the times, and then there's just certain teams that just completely f's over, like this one, where the damage potential is just not the problem there. But no energy start with a burst reliant team to get its combo set up, and the enemy's mechanic with its stupid cryo hits is just like, ugh. Yep. So, yes, I changed my signature to Truth Bomb Chupin. Okay, we can do the other side though. Okay, looking at my Akasha. Yeah. To be clear, some of those top 1% characters share artifacts. I believe Arlecchino and Clarin's top 1% ranking shares artifacts. And if I'm using them both on the builds they are on right now, or I could use either of them, Clarin falls, I believe, to like 1.5, top 2%, whatever. But yeah, Dia's build was on Akasha. That should have been the same build. Actually, wait. Sorry, no. Dia's build on Akasha, because Akasha is shit. Akasha, well, not as a whole. Akasha is a useful tool as a whole. Akasha versus the Zenless Akasha? Holy did the Zenless Zone 0 Akasha make me realize how... Wow, Akasha is actually pretty good. Oh well, my Farina Golden Troop build fell below top 1%. Crazy. It doesn't matter because it's garbage. This is worse than a Cope Tenacity build. Anyways, what was it saying? The Dia build here, this is a Dia build with attack percent. This is what my Dia build might look like if I use this attack percent timepiece when I get C4 Dia. But the teams I'm playing Dia in right now, I never use this attack timepiece. So my build has a tiny bit less crit rate than this, and like 12-14% less crit damage. I don't know. It's like about the same crit rate with 170 something crit damage, but with an ER timepiece, and ER timepiece with some attack percent substats instead, because Akasha doesn't have leaderboards for real deal leaderboards. Actually, they have a 160 ER leaderboard, I guess. But it's still mono pyro. All the deal leaderboards are mono pyro, which is like LOL. Sure. Okay. Cool, bro. Mono pyro leaderboard, sure. So Dia leaderboards are hot trash, just saying. And any real Dia enthusiast will care about their Dia utility outside of mono pyro Dia. There's a Zenless Akasha. Nope. We pretend there isn't. Why? Because it's cringe. Like, it's okay, to be clear, the Zenless Akasha does some things that are kind of nice. But the ranking system specifically is absolute shit garbage ass, in my opinion. And I think it's actively harmful to trying to help people figure out where they should spend their like resources in Zenless. It's really bad. I think it's actively unhealthy for the game, and using it was likely to make you worse. So I'm not even gonna say its name. So my best build overall on Akasha, Yai, I guess. This Yai build specifically, but I don't use this Yai build even. Technically Shao with a cope timepiece. Probably Arlecchino. By ranking and by my in-game, I probably have the best build possible that I could have in her. It's near impossible for me to improve anything unless I get an onset goblet, and then I could use a better offset timepiece. I could improve it. I could, but there's no reason for me to actually care about that much. So, yup. That. I want to see if I can use Clarin here. So we're gonna try Clarin, Muika, Yonsun, official. I want to see if this works. Wait, not official. Shivers. Official normally yes, but I want to use Muika should be enough. in my case, not in everyone's case. Let's do the official variant. Why not? I don't play this very often. I'm down to try it. I think we start with Malika E official. Yeah. No, I think we want a snapshot official. So I think I'll do Malika E into Clarin Burst into Shivers E snapshot official. Bam. All right. And then we Sunfire. And this will be, yeah, we don't get a buff from the Abyss this time, so this should be harder, I would expect. Particularly against a cryo resistant enemy. Everything else though shouldn't really be a problem, I don't think. And we should be able to get through the shields pretty fast as well, so it shouldn't be bad. Should be very doable. Why not charge attack official? I guess that's true. Charge attack official is probably better. I just dislike doing it. There's no reason for me to do this right now. I'm just waiting for it to go into its phase. I guess it's... Okay. You know what? I should wait to use Malika E. I forgot. Wait to use Malika E until it starts into its phase. So I guess that means I should do this. Okay, now do this. And we just chill out for a little bit while we wait for it to do its thing. Please? Wika should be enough. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alrighty then. So we do... Wait, what do we need to do now? And we try not to die. Yeah, I know. Not ideal. Oh well. No, butthole. Okay. This might be a bit tricksy. Might be a bit tricksy. Wait, does this help go through this faster? I don't know if it does. What? I hate this enemy. It's just... I should have brought Eons on. It would make things smoother. Honestly, I think Eons on would be better here than Fischl. Should I try Eons on? Yeah, I'm gonna try Eons on. That's... No, we want Fischl. I mean, we want Shivers. Eons on. We have 2 scroll users on the team. Whatever, it's fine. This enemy's name is Do You Have Skirk? No. In Abyss it's Do You Have Skirk, or are you willing to work around the Night Soul mechanic? If I'd been using Malika's burst, we probably would have killed it before it got to its second thing again. Alright, there we go. You know, the last Cinder City... the thing is, Moika's doing off-field Pyro. I'm pretty sure Moika's triggering Cinder City off-field in the worst-case scenario. Clarin's on Ororon.
Transfiguration. Cryo incarnate. Wind, hear me. Teamwork is streamwork. Mind to wield.
Ow. Good job. Oh my god, stop!
We go. Venture time.
Okay, well, it's gonna take us a while because we missed 2 skills. Fuck you. Okay, wait, does someone jump on me? Bam. Okay. And now, as soon as they come near me, they'll die.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Okay.
Let's light it up.
Please.
By ordinance divine, take your truth. I swear by my sword. Teamwork is strict.
This might be a bit sus. Without having a way stronger team on the first side. Yeah. This enemy's cryo resistance is a bit of a problem. If I optimize the shield phase, maybe. But, I don't know, I could bring a much stronger team to the first side, of course. I still have a Skokie. I could do it. I don't think we need to do that, though. It could do it, it's just much more tricksy. It's not that far away. Yeah, and the miss skills was just really incredible. So, you know, I don't feel like spending 10 years optimizing this, but it's doable. It's more just a question of why. other than for the funsies. Why would you bring a Skirk Sunfire team to this side of this abyss rather than the other side? Ow. Do. Hello, Butthole. Can you be less Butthole?
Transfiguration. Do your master. I swear by my sword.
ER on this Bennett, it's like 260, I think. What you have to do, Skirk doesn't have that long a field time, right? She does 3 N5s. So I was just bad with swapping to Bennett, but also we got really screwed over. There's multiple Bennett E's I just missed. Like that I got really screwed over by the buttholes, just going away at the perfect annoying times. And getting whacked at the terrible times. Like, it was misplays, yes, things I couldn't have played better, but I didn't feel like redoing things. So, anyways, yep. Point being, it's fine. Ow. Really? Okay, there we go. What? There we go.
Control breathing. Justice will prevail. Into the shadows. Evil will shoot on sight.
Frick you. Alright. How's my energy here, though?
Your journey
Not great.
here, Lord of Sand.
Thank you, guys.
Sacrifice is ready.
Stagger the dude, please. Okay, good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I should have planned around this. We staggered it, though. I think we're fine. Gene for the win. Oh, man, we're pushing it back now a little bit too much. Okay, now the stagger is becoming a problem. I keep on playing him there's terribly. God. You know what, whatever. At this point. Don't need no melts. Okay. Do a proper setup for once. I am not playing this very well at all.
Why do they never miss?
Okay.
Cryo incarnate.
Wait for this. Okay. Bam. There we go. And now we're going to have no energy in the next chamber because we didn't get to do... You want to end the rotation with doing like one more Gene E and maybe funneling some particles to Bennett, is my experience. Wait, no, I think we attack the Electro one here. Yep. Good.
Into the shadows.
What? Why did I get interrupted? Stop it! That was annoying.
Rise with the sun. Justice will prevail. Stronger. Time to testify.
I'm still not here. Oops. Hi, please. Thank you.
Light it up.
Well.
Stop right there. Hands right. Quick as a flash. On my mark. Move.
Here we go.
Shoot on sight. Burn it down. Final warning. Justice will prevail. Faster. Stronger.
Why'd you jump over there?
Transfiguration. Do your master's bidding.
I just pushed them apart. Oopsies. That. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we do this. We do this. How did I drag a fab? What the frick? She has like 50% crit rate. Oh my god. Also, Shenhai, why are you so... But what is your... Why? Why? Ah!
Cryo incarnate.
Oh my god. Okay, well... C1 Moika or Emily? I don't know. If you really like the idea of E-bot Moika, I can tell you C1 Moika is nice, but otherwise I would say Emily over C1 Moika, but C1 Moika also puts you one closer to C2 Moika, which might matter to you in the future. Why do I get my brain every time? Yep, yep, okay. Aw, I didn't get my burst this time. What? Why do I keep getting hit when I run into him when it's not doing any damage? Die, please. Sir, I dislike you. Die. Okay, whatever.
Full speed ahead. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapon. Control breathing.
Time to testify. Ready.
Really?
Rise with the sun.
Hands where I can see 'em.
Yeah, C1 Moika can also mess up some things. I can tell you it's a little bit annoying for Ganyu Melt. If that's something you care about. Really? should I hold E before then? Not gonna get that. Oh, we got 5 there, I guess, but... Okay, that... Okay, that one's come to me, I suppose. Oh, good enough. I need to hold E before. I'm not catching the fab particles when Shenhe is on field from her own fab generation, and that's causing problems. Stop attacking that. Oops. Bruh, how am I not triggering fab?
Take your true form.
The fab RNG is like driving me insane. I don't know, maybe something screwed up on Jean's build, but like... Ah, yes, and then spin to win. Okay. You know what? I'm losing my patience for doing Sunfire Skirk on this side. I do not recommend Sunfire Skirk on the second side. For hopefully obvious reasons. Because cringe enemy stall mechanics and conveniently a cryo shield enemy. Well, the cryo shield is not a problem, but the cryo resistance is a problem. Could I clear? Yes, probably. But I don't feel like it. Anyways. Have you tried Super Index Skirk? Yep. I made a whole video about, not Super Index Skirk, but I made a video about non-free Skirk teams in general. And Super Index Skirk was in there. I did Skirk, Eonson, Kazuha... Sitlolly? Was it Sitlolly? I don't remember if it's Sitlolly or not. It's probably Sitlolly. So yeah. Anyways, let's see if my brain's in a good state right now. Lava floors, free Sunfire, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, you can discuss leaks. Because I don't think discussing leaks is not leaks. You are not the source. You are just discussing things. That's not dire difficulty. Also, let's not forget to... Yeah, we'll activate... My goal is to clear... There we go. My goal is to clear this with this team in less than 100 seconds, and then I'm going to activate C1 Screw. Polearm Columbina took me by surprise. Do we have any of that hypotheticals yet? From who? Is it someone more reliable? Because, holy shit, does Polearms only really need that? That's my... If Columbina's polearm, does she need that? I don't see any post about it. Or not does she need that? Does polearms only need that? I don't see any... I don't know. That's not on the subreddit even, so... Seems like sus information. I don't know. To be clear, I'm not going to believe they're a polearm until, like, presumably the end of 6.2, assuming she's a 6.3 unit. Yeah, I'm not going to take any of that with anything meaningful. But it would be funny. Like, the only thing polearms only needs now for the account to become, like, truly incredibly strong is more Hydra options. So if an Archon level unit... well, not even Archon level. Archon levels doesn't mean anything. If a really strong unit that they clearly want to make a bunch of money from is released is a polearm unit and they're Hydro, well... And their off-field Hydro specifically. That was terrible. It's all over. I shouldn't have used that. That was a waste. Why? Man, it's going to be really annoying to me if when I get my better internet... okay, my brain is not in this today, by the way. Yeah, no. Should have known from my Abyss attempt. If lower ping makes it so Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers consistently is given to Skirk, like it makes sense it should be. It so annoys me. The fact that Three-Lane Tales of Dragon... That was my bad. It so annoys me that Three-Lane Tales of Dragon Slayers just sometimes doesn't apply to Skirk in this team. Because, like, again, Three-Lane Tales of Dragon Slayers, the buff applies every 20 seconds. So it lasts 10 seconds, and it can happen every 20 seconds when you switch from the character holding Three-Lane Tales to the next character. And Charlotte's Burst has a cooldown of 20 seconds. Like, it's a 20-second cooldown on both of them. Except for some reason, if I rotate too fast, I don't get Three-Lane Tales on the next rotation. So, speaking of that was just too terrible to start. Like, I swapped at 56 there. Okay. So, I swapped at 56. Alright, and we're swapping at 35. I don't have Three-Lane Tales. What the fuck? Why? Like, that annoys me so much. Like, if I give up on this challenge, this is a personal challenge for myself, right? Of trying to get a bit better at playing Skirk, and my breakpoint for when I'm willing to activate C1 Skirk is clearing this in sub 100 seconds with this team. And like what the f***? It's been 21 seconds. It's like the timer, based on the timer, it's been 21 seconds. Like, even when I go out of my way to make sure it's 21 seconds, it still doesn't apply. It's not the enemy, it's this jank freaking game and its stupid ping checks for everything. This has nothing to do with this enemy. This problem has nothing to do with this enemy. Not a single thing to do with this enemy. This has everything to do with just this game's jank, stupid crap with its server checks everywhere. And, like, it's possible, it's very possible that when I get better internet, which I should be when I move on the 1st, I should have better internet, and my ping might go down to, like, sub 10 milliseconds. I'm going to be very annoyed if Three-Lane Tales of Dragon Slayers works more properly in that team. Just based on that. I gave up on TTDS buff every rotation? Yeah, I noticed. I think that is the smart play. I think I should just give up on Three-Lane Tales every rotation, because it just doesn't happen every rotation. And I just need to optimize the combo more. But it's incredibly annoying, and like it just doesn't make any sense at all, based on what's listed in game and the time that has actually passed in reality. And the only assumption for it that I have is that it's just a stupid server check problem. So I don't know, right? Just in case you don't believe me, right? This effect can only occur once every 20 seconds. Okay, cool. Burst cooldown on Charlotte, 20 seconds. Like, if I'm able to burst if I burst every rotation before switching to Skirk, and I know in the first rotation I didn't burst on Charlotte because of the thing, but that's why I waited 21 seconds. Anyways, like, and to be clear, I noticed the problem when I am in follow-up rotations, when I definitely am bursting every rotation on Charlotte. It's just so annoying. Yeah, I was so happy when I saw the cooldown align. Yeah, like, it should be something that, like, the cooldowns aligning there with Charlotte should make it work just perfectly. And it's so annoying to me that it doesn't. So I don't know. And yeah, if with less ping I see it not being a problem, that will annoy me a lot. And I'm gonna start every one of their things of like, hey, feedback for this patch. Fix your damn stupid ping checks. Which I already say that, to be clear. I tell them, like, every single freaking patch thing, I'm like, remove the server check for switching characters. It's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. It starts counting after you switch plus latency. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, you're probably correct. It's after you switch and latency, which means that functionally Three-Lane Tales of Dragon Slayers may as well have a 21-second cooldown, if not 22-second cooldown, which is really awful for like trying to optimize your gameplay and do ideal rotations. So anyways, like if it worked hyper consistently, I think Charlotte would just almost near objectively be the best against this boss. The Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers working inconsistently is the thing that I think makes her kind of not as better than like Shenhe, for example. So, anyways, I should play more with Shenhe too, but I'm stubborn and I want to do this with Charlotte. So, yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting with Ino, assuming she is the free reaction enabler. I hope they start 6.0, by the way. I will say with Ino, as much as I think she's not going to be very good, I hope that if she is the free reaction enabler, that, you know, she enables every single lunar reaction they intend to work with Hydro, right? So if they're going to do lunar freeze at all, I hope she enables lunar freeze and lunar bloom and lunar electrocharge and lunar whatever the frick, right? If they're all going to be Hydro lunar reactions, whatever, I just want her to do that, and I want her to have off-field Hydro, yes. If she doesn't have off-field Hydro, the freaking character's cooked. The character's completely cooked. Unless the supportive artifact set is really, really, really good. But like she needs to do something in her kit that isn't just she can use the supportive artifact set and enables the reactions. She needs to be able to trigger the reactions herself, right? So, Lunar Vaporize, yeah. Like, yeah. She should be able to enable all of them, in my opinion. But if she can enable all of them, I'm going to guess she's not going to be able to enable them until they release the 5-star unit. That is the one they're trying to sell. Actually releases that enables it, right? Like if Durin enables Lunar Vape, then I presume Ino won't be able to enable Lunar Vaporize until that character releases. What would Lunar Vaporize even do? I don't know. Frick if I know. Don't ask me. Ask Hoyo. That's a little bit of a weird answer. I don't have any ideas in my mind. That's my point. I have no idea what Lunar Vaporize could do. Like, make Vaporize not crit. That would be funny. Turning Vaporize into a transformative reaction rather than a... that would be funny. Turn Vaporize into Superconduct. Bam. I don't do surveys anymore. I mean, you're only doing yourself a disservice. Like, no matter how you feel, they don't listen to your feedback. Providing no feedback is not the solution. So, anyways, I'm not saying spend 3 hours of your day filling out a survey. I just have a notepad where I just go and copy and paste it. I'm like, here, I'll break it down for you guys. Do this, and this. These are like priority fixes that make that would make the Genshin experience just better. And then there's things, and then here's things that are just my personal vibes on like, I'd like to see you do this better for like story structure, etc. So I don't know. Anyways, main DPS I know would be real. I mean, maybe she'll be able. If she's a melee unit, you can give her infusion. So yes, C6 Bennett is your friend. So yes, main DPS I know is probably real, just as real as it is for any other unit that can do C6 Bennett. The question will be, how much can you utilize the rest of her kit while also doing main DPS things? So, yeah. We'll see. Number one priority is UGC. I don't know. It depends if that is actually part of the game or not. We don't know anything real about that. Whether or not it's something you actually play within Genshin or if it's just a separate game. It might literally just be a separate game with the label of Genshin Impact on it. If it's a separate game that has the label of Genshin, it's just okay. Cool. Like, it's a separate game then, and I'll evaluate it as a separate game. If it's not a separate game, then I'll evaluate it differently. So, I don't know. We'll see. UGC having VC seems like a disaster. I don't think so. As long as there's control to mute people. There'll be children on it, particularly right away. And it'll probably mute by default. But I don't think having VC as an option is a problem. Particularly if it's meant to be a creative game mode where, you know, there might be reason for people to create content in it that requires some amount of coordination between people. Right? I think that's valuable. You don't have to like go on a Discord call together to be able to coordinate things. So, anyways, we'll see what happens. Presumably they're going to talk about that in the 6.0 stream. Presumably. Or maybe not, if it's not something that they're launching with 6.0, obviously. If they're launching it after 6.0, then who knows? Who knows when it's coming? Anyways, I think VC is good with friends, but otherwise prefer text. Yeah, I don't disagree. But I'm just saying on a gameplay level, if their intention is to have things that might necessitate some player coordination, it would make sense to have voice chat as an option. As long as it isn't forced upon me. I don't think it's a bad thing to have. Just let me turn it off by default. If they do something stupid like it's on by default every time and I have to manually turn it off in like every queue session, that's awful. As long as I can have it off by default and turn it on demand, that's fine. UGC has Primo rewards. We don't even know if UGC is a thing in the game. It might be a separate video game. Like it might not be Genshin. It might be like, oh, it has Genshin like looking characters, and it has Genshin elemental mechanics. It might be very Genshin aligned, but it might be a different video game. So we don't know. We don't have any clarification on like whether or not we've heard of a separate client for it, but the separate client for it might be just for the creation of the different modes in UGC. Like, it's meant to be like a Mario Maker thing, but with way more tools, theoretically, for just a sandbox for players, the community to create whatever the frick they want to create. The question is, though, is the separate client just for the creation mode? Because that would make sense. Or is the separate client the creation mode and the gameplay mode? If the separate client is both, then it's just a different game, in my opinion. It's a different game with the branding of Genshin Impact. And that's fine, but it's a different game. So, yeah. Is it Lolly or a Nefer? It depends on your characters you want. I don't know. A Nefer, you could argue... They're completely different characters, quite frankly. They fit in completely different kinds of teams, other than, like... You know, there is some minor overlap in that you can do, like, a Nefer Overvape with Arlecchino, or you can do Sit Lolly Melt with Arlecchino. But, like, if your priority is... for melt DPSs, definitely Sit Lolly. Like if you want to have Muika be stronger, Arlecchino be stronger, Game be stronger, definitely Sit Lolly. Supposedly UGC has its own gacha for costumes, yeah. Which is fine. I'm fine with cosmetic gacha. Ino's Vision. I mean, supposedly she's Hydro. We'll see how relevant. That's either a curse, or maybe will make her actually a good character. Sit Lolly for Diluc, yeah. Like, Sit Lolly for Melt DPSing is the main obvious meta recommendation. Otherwise, there's all kinds of niche situations where I think Sit Lolly is very valuable. But I don't have any specific one without knowing what particular characters you like. And what kind of player you like, even as far as your preferred playstyle. 4-star Hydra scares me. Yep. UGC sounds like Infinity Nikki without the story. What? Just because it has an outfit gacha? I don't think it's going to be like Infinity Nikki at all. It's not going to be an open world thing, I don't think. Even if it is a separate video game. Maybe it will be. I don't freaking know. I guess. Maybe it will be. But based on what we know, I don't think it sounds like Infinity Nikki. Other than it has outfit gacha. Is Rocket League like Infinity Nikki? Because the RNG for loot boxes in Rocket League is cosmetics for my cars. I can get hats for my cars and boosts for my cars, and I can get different cars. That's exactly like Infinity Nikki. I'm making a stupid comparison for a reason. I'm just saying, just having an outfit gacha does not make it Infinity Nikki. Unless Infinity Nikki was literally just gambling to you, I guess. But, anyways. I'm just confused where you're coming from with that perspective. I'm not trying to be a butthole. Yeah. No, I look forward to UGC. I think a community thing with the framework of Genshin systems that people can make could be really fun, and like I'm sure there'll be good content to make off of it that can be entertaining, trying different people's creations, maybe creating things myself, whatever, right? I think all you need to do is like look at the likes of Mario Maker and the content that exists on YouTube around that. It's just, it could be a very, very good thing. I just don't know if it's actually Genshin or not. It might be a different video game. So, yeah. Oh yeah, let's end the stream with that. Enough yapping. I need to go take a break. Anyways, 1,700 votes for the poll. It's always funny having polls that run through the entirety of the stream because it gives a good vibe of like how many people joined in. Even though like my concurrent viewers, I don't think went over 400. Yeah, UGC is user-generated content. Sorry, I should have clarified that before. Yeah, so it's like it's a Mario Maker type variant of Genshin. Like there was that Divine Ingenuity event, if you played or heard about that, where like for an event people could make like, it was really limited for what people could do, but people could make different things for like puzzles to go into or whatever. It seems like that, but with, hey, the world's your oyster, you can do whatever you want, is the vibe from what we've heard of so far. Yeah, so 18% of 1,700 votes said yes, pulling an EFA, 82% no. And then there's probably people that, you know, didn't vote, or maybe some of the people saying no were actually a maybe or whatever. So it's not the complete picture. But yeah, I don't know. Nefer, in my opinion, is in a very skippable place because she's for the current context of Genshin, she's fairly balanced. And I find it unlikely that she will be necessary for like the Electro Lunar Charge main DPS to be compelling. It is not an Escoffier situation with Skirk where the main DPS, because she doesn't buff, right? She just does damage mostly. So unless a shield is ungodly necessary, even then if a shield is ungodly necessary, there's probably alternatives, or they'll have a C1 and I don't know, anyways, whatever. We'll see. Oh yeah, sure. In case you weren't here earlier, who's my biggest priorities? For characters, this is just mostly vibe based on design. No, but you know, if the kit is interesting, you know, and she's probably going to be the free unit that enables the reactions, so she might be someone I use anyways because I don't have a choice. But as far as what she looks like, hard no. No. I'm meh on the design, but the kit could win me over. We don't know anything real about the kit for how it's balanced. She's either a character I will not care about at all if she ends up being balanced very similarly to how Nefer was balanced, wherein she's less of a support and more of just a damage dealer. In which case, unless there's something interesting I have an idea for that could be super compelling, And then these units are all in the middle ground for me of like, kind of depends on what their kit looks like. I don't dislike them. This dude I'm probably not going to get on my main account, but I'll get him on polearms only, assuming he's a polearm. Columbina, I like the design of less than I thought I would, but most likely she seems like she's going to be the kit that's going to be really strong and desirable to have. And I like her design enough that I'm biased towards liking her. Durin and Varka both have good designs to me. Varka looks a little generic and a little bit younger than expected. He looks like a hot K-pop boy, and that's fine. A link for that tier list, sure. And then Durin, I really like the pinks and purples of Durin. Yeah, we don't know anything about the kit. And this lady, honestly, you know what? I'm gonna knock her design down, cause like I said before, she's a 10 out of 10 with pants. She doesn't have pants, so she's a 9 out of 10. Ain't no way I don't love her design. I mentioned no. I mentioned earlier. Columbina Genshin. Like I don't know. They showed her full outfit there, and like this Columbina is what my brain was expecting. I was expecting more lean into like the maroon colors, like the highlights of her hair aspects, and instead her outfit is just like yoli generic blue and white. And like if the intention is, oh, she's hydro and she does things with the moon reactions and that's why she has that coloration, but like this, like Columbina with the Fatui coat has more drip than Columbina as they showed off. Just saying. That's my vibe. You don't have to agree, but that is my vibe. I don't know, like all the art of her tends to feature like some more strong featuring of the purple coloration. And then Hoyo went the generic blue route. Like, I get it. I get it. Well, I'm like, if she's Hydro especially. But like,
Adventure team, assemble!
yeah, like this, if they're gonna go a bunch of white, I feel like something like this would have made sense. I don't know. And that's fine. I don't know. So she went from like, this is the image I had in my head before. I had preconception. So she went from like what I thought was going to be S, and then she wasn't exactly what I expected. But maybe, but also this was an animated trailer. We don't know what she looks like in game necessarily. She could end up looking different in game. Don't know.
Good things come to
Don't know.
those who don't
She
wait
could be
around.
elevated,
That's
especially because
what
like
they say.
animations in game
My luck.
change things
The
too.
opposite is probably true for
Who
me.
knows? Once I saw the feed, I was sold. Yeah, that didn't do anything for me, but you know, you do you.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
So anyways, and Alice, like, I didn't have much expectations going in, but I really like Alice's design. All in all.
Or not.
So, yeah. That's my overall vibe. And these could shift significant. This is not a ranking of what I expect their kits to be. This is just my current bias based on like visuals and what I currently know about them. That's all.
No,
And whether or not I actually like that, we'll see. Say goodbye to mobile players. I skip Skirko because Columbina will be the stronger cryo. I don't know. I suspect we're not going to get a stronger on-field DPS cryo unit for at least a while. But, you know, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if they do Lunar Freeze, and if the Lunar Freeze unit becomes the best last slot in a Skirk team, or if Lunar Freeze is good enough to be better than a Scofia or Farina even, right? Like, is a Lunar Freeze unit, if it exists, going to just be the best last slot, or is it going to be potentially compelling enough to even replace one of the other, one of the two problem combo ladies? So we'll see. Lunar Freeze is 1 second more freeze duration. Except it will be bugged and it won't actually work. Ah. Yeah. Hey, look, Lunar Freeze. Lunar Freeze, except it doesn't actually work. Huh. Ino is Iono from Pokemon. She does look a little bit like that character. Although Iono from Pokemon, I think, is a way better design. Iono. Yeah, that's a way better design. This is just like a way better design. It's obviously a Pokemon design, not a freaking Genshin character design, but anyways. I think that's all I got. Stream tomorrow, probably, maybe. I don't know. Again, unit review stream, maybe, as long as I have the energy. Been intending to do one. Should do one. Might maybe just edit tomorrow though instead, or record things. I got Yap videos to record potentially and try to put up. I got ideas in my head. I was in a little bit of a slump, but now my brain's a little bit more motivated. Although right now I gotta also focus on moving, so should probably do that too. I don't know. Anyways, probably will stream tomorrow. Bye bye. Thanks for joining, and see you soon. Or in the worst case, maybe see you in 6.0, because there's things to look forward to. The characters, we'll see. Story content and exploration, I'm more optimistic about, actually. So they did a really good job with the exploration in that land. So, you know. And the story, I hope they do better.